Alrighty. Okay. Mic check, mic check. Okay, I think we are good. Good evening, good evening. What's going on, folks? Pardon me. Gotta clear my throat a little bit. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another Carolina Panthers talk live here on the U to the Tube and the Facebook. My name is Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram. It's been a while. It's been a little while. It is Thursday, January 25th of 2024. I hope the new year has started off well for everybody. Hope all are doing well. And yeah, it's been an all right month for the most part. Um, been staying busy, got a lot of things going, and a lot of awesomeness to look forward to. But tonight's topic, and it's a hot one. It is a hot one. We got quite a bit to talk about. Carolina Panthers not only have their new general manager and president of football operations in the form of former linebacker Dan Morgan, but we now have our head coach in the form of former offensive coordinator of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a man by the name of Dave Canales, a name that is very familiar to Dan Morgan, being that this is somebody that he has worked with back in Seattle. So a face that he knows very well. I got different feelings about this, but we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Joe Valesco, I see you. Yeah, I got mixed feelings, but I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate as well. So that's how I'm feeling. That's how I'm feeling. But I've invited Corey and Mr. Carolina as well, so hopefully they'll be able to join tonight's festivities. But yes, after just one season of being an offensive coordinator, bam, he is now going into his first head coaching gig with the Carolina Panthers. There's a lot of work to be done. A lot of work to be done. But this is another step. We got our general manager. We have our head coach. So, yeah, hopefully the healing will start. But like I said, these are just two steps taken care of. But yeah, we're gonna dive into this. We're definitely gonna dive into this. Um, I know there's quite a lot of different reactions with this. Some good, some bad, some all over the place. But I definitely want to know how's everybody feeling. Let me get some initial reactions. Let me get some initial thoughts. Those that are just joining us, how are y'all feeling about this so far? We're gonna dive into it, but how is everybody feeling about this decision so far? It's still very fresh. This happened today, still very fresh. So, yeah, I'm definitely curious to hear what everybody has to say. I kind of already know what Corey has said earlier. I know Mr. Carolina said he was intrigued. So I'm very curious as to what everybody else has to say. But oh, speaking of which, here's Corey right now. Hello,
What's going on,
hello.
guys? Hey.
Hey, hey. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good.
Cool, cool. feel like it's been a while. Even though I was part of yours, I don't know. It just feels like it's been a while. Maybe because I'm actually running a stream on my end as well. But yeah, it kind of feels like a while. It's been a while.
It feels good. It feels good. Hey, shout out to Marcos Cash.
Marcos
Shout
Cash,
out
what's
to
up?
Torian. Shout out to Mason. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to Torian Harris. And shout out to Saturn Wicks on my end.
Shout out to Joe Valesco who chimed in earlier. Good to see you. Um, well, two steps knocked out. We got our GM slash president, and now we have our head coach. And it's been quite a lot of buzz. Shout out to Vietnam. Oh, he just chimed in. Um, says, "What's up, Blitz? I'm happy with this hire. I just really hope that he's allowed enough time to truly turn our team around and not fired after 1 or 2 years." Yeah.
Yeah, that's my hope too.
So here's my thing.
I'm gonna.
Oh, how do you want to start this? How do you want to start this? Because
I'm just gonna say, you know, Mr. Tapper, please be patient. No matter what we do with this coaching staff, please be patient this time
hmm
because you jumped the gun with what we did before. You decided, oh, okay, that's not working. Let's jump the gun again. Nope, that's not working. Nope, nope, nope. Fire everybody. Fire everybody. Yeah, and he kept meddling, and I'm
hmm
sitting there like, you didn't let anything develop, and so we finally have the coaching trio that we're looking for, in
hmm
my opinion. Uh, well, we're one guy short, in my opinion, because I still think that we might be able to lure a certain offense coordinator out of Houston,
hmm
but we shall see. You know, we'll get to that, but what I'm saying is be patient, Mr. Tepper, because the 2024 season is going to be garbage. It's going to be garbage. Like I just don't see us getting very many wins. You can look at that schedule and it's just trash. So what I'm asking is let the chips fall where they may, record wise, and we'll see what happens draft wise.
Okay.
Because wherever we land, we'll pick up the players. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a building year.
hmm
So that's what I'm asking Mr. Tepper to understand is it's a building year. Don't fire this guy, okay? During the first year. Just because you see another bad record, don't fire him.
So, shout out Damian Hernandez. He just chimed in. Welcome. He says Panthers looking good with these hires. I thought y'all would get Harbaugh though, but this ain't bad. Congrats. Appreciate you. Vietnam says our schedule this year is brutal. We don't have enough draft picks to build anything this off season. We are gonna win 1 or 2 games next year because of lack of talent, but stick with it. Well,
Yeah,
I don't know about
yeah.
1 or 2 games.
I say 3 or 4, 5 max. Shout out to Larry White. Let's go, Dave. I think we are better off where we are uh, with Frank or Matt. I agree. Spencer says this guy gets the passing game going for everyone. Gino and Baker both improved under him. I agree. Larry, I think we'll have more wins. Maybe not be a lot more, but than last year, but our next 3 will be great.
hmm.
Okay, that's off of Facebook, and the Facebook chat goes really fast and it disappears. So I will want to jump on that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Joe
So
Valesco.
just
Yeah, yeah. Whatever you got to do, just chime right on in. Joe Valesco says my top four was Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel, Eric Bieniemy, Dave Canales. I'm a little disappointed we didn't get Ben Johnson, but I think he's the right guy for Bryce Young. So I'm going to go ahead and play devil's advocate first and get the negatives out of the way so that we can build on the positives. Okay?
I agree with that.
So let's do that.
Torian asks, my question is, do we keep the same DC or pick up Ron Rivera and go back to 4-3? No, keep Avero. Keep Avero here. The whole point of this was to keep Avero here. And so he wouldn't leave. He's getting head coach interviews from like half a dozen teams now. So we want him to stay for as
Yeah.
long as possible.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely keep Ajaro. Definitely keep Ajaro. Vietnam says, Blitz, have you seen our schedule? It is murder's row, man. No way we beat any
It
of those
really is,
teams
though.
unless these coaches pull a miracle. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it.
It
D-
really is, though.
I have.
Ugh.
But I'm gonna be a little more optimistic. Just a little. Just a little.
Okay.
Damien says I could see y'all win 6 games at least, depending on what y'all do in free agency and the draft. Yeah, on paper right now, as we speak, yeah, the schedule looks scary. The schedule looks very scary. But I'm gonna remain optimistic because I want to see who we end up getting between now and week 1. So I'm gonna remain optimistic. But to start this off, okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm gonna get the negatives out of the way so that we can build on the positives. First off, I know there's a lot of people in the Keep Pounding Nation that are disappointed with this move. And one of the things that has been mentioned, so the Buccaneers offensive rankings for this season, as they just, their playoff run has ended, they're ranked 20th in points and, total points per game, ranked 23rd in total yards per game, ranked 17th in passing yards, and ranked dead last, number 32, in rushing yards. Now, I understand those are not high numbers. I mean, that is something to keep in mind. Those are not high numbers. So, I can understand why a lot of people are like, "Wait, why this guy?" Like the Bucks offense, those rankings are just they're mid to like low. This is true. Especially rushing yards dead last, while they weren't really a heavy run team. They were pretty much, you know, an aerial assault type of team. So that's just something to keep in mind. I know that can raise some questions, that can raise some eyebrows. Okay?
I
Sec
do have a counterpoint on the rankings, but real quick, Mason says I ain't really worried about it at this point because if he doesn't have instant success like Mr. Tepper demands, that he will be gone before the season is over. I mean, that's why I started out with that point,
right. Mhm.
asking Mr. Tepper to be patient. I said that first. That's because it's that important. Uh, Torian says if everyone stays healthy, then we might just at least win the division. Anything could happen.
right.
If everyone has hits the ground running. Uh, Here's the thing though. We still don't have our offensive coordinator. We're stuck with Thomas Brown. So yeah, there's that.
So
Let's see.
Joe Valesco says, "Do you think Mike Evans comes to Carolina to follow Dave Canales?" Personally, because he would be coming to a losing team, I'm not so sure. Is it possible he could follow him? Sure. But I'm leaning more towards no, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Lock Poppy says I like the Canales hire. Uh, he says I feel way better about the Canales hire than when we hired Frank Wright. I agree. The Real Sunchild says, I think we may have cooking utensils. Ooh,
Oh, I like the way he worded that. Okay,
me too. I like that.
I like that.
Uh, Lock Poppy says, us Panther fans deserve some light, man. We haven't felt something since CMC's 1000 season, or to be honest, Steve Welk's short tenure here. Facts.
Yeah, agreed. Vietnam.
Agreed. It's almost been a decade. Yes, almost 10 years. Yep.
Yeah, it's been too long. Vietnam says the way that offense played versus Philly in the playoffs was all I needed to see. I'm not worried about any rankings. He turned Baker into a Pro Bowl quarterback. I can't wait to see what he does to Bryce. Hey, you know,
That
fair
was going to
fair
be part of
analysis.
my counterpoint, actually. And I'll get to
Vietnam
that in a second.
Vietnam makes a good point. This is true. He really, I
Yeah.
mean, I think it's safe to say this was Baker Mayfield's best year of his career. I mean, stat
Yeah.
wise and just performance.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know he has won a playoff game with the Browns before, but when you really look at it, I think it's safe to say this was Baker's best year of his career. Um, Super Trebo says, I'm not going to lie. I actually kind of like this hire. A young new head coach, offensive minded, can turn Bryce around like he did Baker. As long as Tepper keeps out of the way, he may be a good coach. Very
I
good
think
point.
so too.
Very
I
good
agree.
point.
Uh, Mason says it's really bad look firing one coach after another. True.
Agreed.
True. But I mean, the last two coaches were garbage and you shouldn't have hired him in the first place.
That.
Torian says that's who needs to go ASAP. Brown has got to go. I agree. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah,
Uh,
I have a feeling he's going to pick his staff. I think, yeah, I think he's going to pick his staff. But if anybody's staying, I could definitely see Ajaro. That is, unless he continues to get interviews, then that might be. I think Chris Tabor is staying as well. So
Good. Good. We want to pour here.
yeah,
Uh, Mason says Brown's got to go. Like you said, you got to get rid of all the poison. Facts. Got to
understandable.
get rid of all of it. It's all got to go. You can't close up the wound until you get rid of all of it.
So my second negative point is this too preemptive of a hire based on relationship between Dan Morgan and Dave Canales? And I say this, I wonder this, I present this because there's a lot of candidates that we're passing up on. Now I understand there were a few that we did give second interviews for, but I mean we
I want to do.
we bring on Dan Morgan and then the day after we get the
Yeah.
coach. Like that's pretty quick. That's really quick, especially coming off of somebody that had 1 year offensive coordinator and all of a sudden is a head coach. That's a pretty quick turnaround. Typically, I usually give offensive coordinators 2 to maybe 3 years and then maybe bam, head
Yeah.
coach. But this dude
Yeah.
had one and bam, he's a head coach. That's pretty quick. That's lightning quick. So it makes me wonder, like, is this a preemptive hire? Was a lot of this driven based on the relationship that Dan Morgan and Dave Canales have had in the past? Like, it makes me wonder. It
Let
really
me
makes me wonder.
let me rebuttal to the first one because I don't think I ever really finished rebuttaling to the first one.
Yeah, go for it.
Uh, the rankings don't really bother me, and the reason why is because this was just the first year of Dave Canales' offense. He hadn't even gotten a chance to build any part of his offense, in that first year, and he still managed to do what he did with that first year. Turning Baker Mayfield into a West Coast type quarterback when he was not a West Coast type quarterback at all.
Hmm.
If anything, he was just a basic pocket passer. So I mean, that's how Cleveland was using him, and then it became okay. West Coast offense, it worked,
Mm-hmm.
Now what can you do? You know, um, is it a preemptive hire? Maybe,
Okay.
maybe. I mean, some people are going to argue, okay, these two worked together before, and then you know, but I'm like, hold up, because um, this dude came from Pete Carroll's coaching tree.
Yes, that is correct.
And Pete Carroll actually responded today saying that he was really impressed with him. So if you could, if anybody's got that quote, throw it up.
Okay.
Um, because I want to be able to read that out.
Vietnam
That would be
says
interesting.
the bottom line is that our new front office and head coach needs time to implement their scheme and acquire the right personnel to run it. I agree. I agree.
Facts, facts. Uh, Mason says I seen where they said Pete Carroll was his mentor. Maybe coach will end up being good for us. True. All right, let me catch up on YouTube chat here. Do. Live Poppy says Baker had a very good Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and a good rookie in Trey Palmer, and a
This is
good
true.
tight end in Cade Otton. Not to mention the Bucks O line is pretty good. If we can just get Bryce a nice supporting cast,
Yeah,
then
that's
we're off to the races. I agree.
that's really what it comes down to. Like,
Yeah.
I definitely agree. Joe Valesco says, "How will you guys feel if we hire Arthur Smith for offensive coordinator?" Mm,
Uh.
no, we can do better.
Mm,
We can do better.
we can do better.
We can do much better.
The real Sunshine says I'm hoping we retain Evero. Well,
Same.
we better announce it. We better announce it.
Yeah,
We
that would.
better announce it. Otherwise, I would be really upset.
Yeah, that it would be nice
That
if
needs to
he
happen.
gets to stay. Like, I hope that's the
Yeah.
one exception that he gets to stay.
Yep.
Um, Vietnam says, if it was up to me, I would trade Burns, D-Jack, and Shaq for enough picks to build around Bryce, then use next year to build the defense around Derek Brown. Well, you don't want to let the defense take too big of a hit.
Yeah. I was
Not
about to say that we have some thin positions right now. Corner is one of them, and linebacker is another one.
Yeah, because don't forget Vietnam. There's a handful of defensive guys also about to be free agents as well. So that's another thing to keep in mind. So we don't want to damage the defense too much. Mr. Gemini, good to see you.
The real
Um,
Sunchild asks, "How many picks do we have?" Five.
wait, only five? I thought we had six. Wow, we only have five. Wow. Okay. Jeez.
Yeah, it's a second round, third round, fourth round, and two fifths. I think, right?
Oh, yikes.
Double check that because I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I believe so.
Mr. Gemini says Dave seems like a cool, positive, energetic guy that players would love to be around and be coached by. Hopefully, it works out. Me too. Me too.
Somebody throw up in chat what our picks are.
Vietnam says, why not? We are not competing for nothing next year but a top three pick. Yeah, well, the players and coaches are still out there competing. I mean,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
objective is still to win, though, Vietnam. The
And
objective is
and the
still to win.
secondary objective is to make sure that these coaches stay in Carolina and don't go anywhere,
Yeah, Vietnam, you
and the
can't
players
you,
as
you have
well.
to always keep in mind the ultimate objective is still to win. And whether it's
Yep.
this season, next season, that's always going to be the objective is to win. Um,
Mason asks, "How do we feel about the Dan Morgan hire?" I love it. I think it's great so far. It's been working out excellently. The first things this man did was he went after Tillis, showed interest in Tillis of the Kansas City Chiefs, the right hand man of the general manager job. And if you go on his profile Kansas City Chiefs website, that thing reads like a resume, dude. It reads like a beautiful love letter to the Carolina Panthers. And we need all of the things that he is providing, that he does. So I really, really hope that that happens. The second thing this band did was he extended Stephen Sullivan, which I completely agreed with. Uh, I thought that was going to be one of those players that might have missed the boat, because of how much money we have. And he might have been one of those good players that leaked and went somewhere else. So I was a little worried about that one. So it's interesting that he chose that one first. That caught my attention. I was just like, wait
Hmm.
a minute. Why him first? We need to be re-signing Frankie Luvu first. That dude's going to eat up a lot of our caps, so we need to jump on that one first.
Yeah,
He went for Stephen Sullivan, so I said, okay, okay, you got my attention.
yeah. I think there's gonna probably be some heavy negotiating for the key players just to make sure, like, I guess the right type of money is set aside for them
That's
and that they.
bold, though. That
Yeah,
is bold.
it is
You
definitely
gotta have
bold.
some. You gotta have some spine to go after somebody like that this early.
Yeah, it's bold.
The first 2 days of your tenure as president and GM, like that takes absolute spine.
Now, what I really do
I've got
want
respect for that.
Now, what I really do wonder is if they're still planning on bringing in like a salary cap contract type of person.
Yeah,
Hmm.
because they fired. That was his third move actually as president and GM. He fired the guy that was originally doing it, and rightfully so because he was doing a terrible job. Look at Taylor Bowen's contract. Then you tell me, is this dude doing his job or is he doing a terrible job?
Hey, that's fair. That's fair. Which I have a feel
It's like $26 million or something like that.
I have a feeling he's going to get restructured again. I got a
Oof.
feeling he's going to get restructured again.
Yeah, yeah, we need to do that.
Um, let's see. Vietnam says, might as well use this losing to our advantage. Focus on building on the side of the ball than the other. The offense definitely needs to be the focus. I do agree. Damien says, Bears would love to trade the number one pick for Burns, D-Jack, and Shaq. You're
Are
funny.
you kidding me? No, they wouldn't.
You're
No,
you're
they
you're
wouldn't.
funny, Damien.
The
Um,
Bears fans have been complaining, have been celebrating that number one pick like all year. They would not stop talking about it.
oh, so word is Canales got a 6-year contract.
Whoa!
Wow, that's
Whoa!
bold.
Breaking news, guys. 6-year contract for Canales.
That is bold.
That's not what we're looking for here. That's too long.
That's too
That is too
long.
long. That's Tepper.
Uh,
That's Tepper meddling again.
that's too long.
That is Tepper meddling again.
Yep.
Stop it, Mr. Tepper.
Adam Schefter tweeted it. Panthers are giving their new head coach Dave Canales a
My
6-year
God, what
contract.
are you doing, Mr.
Dang.
Tepper? You're burning through our money, man. You're burning through our money.
And see, I gotta, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta put that as a new negative. Like,
Well,
that's
that's a
pretty.
massive negative, but
That's
that's
a
a
big
massive
negative.
negative towards Tepper, though.
Like 6 years for his first head coaching?
That's a
6?
massive negative towards Tepper, though.
Ugh.
I count that towards Tepper.
Dang.
Tepper is an idiot. He's an idiot. What other coach in the NFL gets that many years?
I was thinking he would get like
Not
3
even
or
Belichick
4.
got more than 3,
I
and
was
that's
thinking
because he actually was winning Super Bowls.
I was thinking he would get like 3, maybe 4, but 6?
That's absurd. That is absurd.
Oh man. Well, yep, got to add
I'm
that as
pissed. I'm pissed at that. Tepper, you said you would not meddle, and you are meddling again. Why did you hire the sportsocracy in the first place if you were not going to meddle? And then you turn this whole thing over to Dan, and you say, "Oh well, I'm giving him 100%. Uh, rights to everything, the keys to the kingdom. No, you're not. You're gonna meddle again, and you did.
I mean, y'all look. I understand it doesn't count against the cap, but number one,
Oh my
and
God,
for Vietnam mentioned Harbaugh. Harbaugh is a proven coach.
it
Canales
counts
is not.
against Charlotte taxpayer money. I'll tell you that.
Canales is not a proven coach though. Harbaugh is a proven coach. He's not a proven coach. Not only that, like offensive coordinator and then immediately head coach. I mean, y'all remember what we did with Matt Rule, right? Y'all saw how that went. That was 7 years.
To spend that money on mental health, not on more players.
Like, and he only made it
That's not
three.
how that works, Mason.
And he only made it into the third year. I'm just saying, y'all, this
With
could
all
be
due
a
respect,
repeat.
man.
This could be a repeat of Rule, especially if, because remember,
Oh
y'all
my
have to
God, not
remember,
again.
David Tepper is not a patient man. Keep in mind,
Oh
David Tepper is not
God.
a patient man. I'm just I'm,
Lord
I'm
help
just
me
saying
with
I
this
have to throw that out there. David Tepper is not a patient man. We've seen evidence of that. So just keep that in mind. That's all I'm saying. Just keep that in mind. Um
Lord help us with this owner. I'm telling you, this is.
uh let's see. Uh
Shout out to Sage. Torian says I like the hire because he can multiple coach multiple positions such as tight end, QB, and wide receiver. I think Hollywood Brown would be a perfect fit in this new look offense. Yeah, he could. Mason says, "Law, if it doesn't work and another coach, we gotta pay." Yep,
and that's
yep,
another thing. If it don't
but
work, early exit, that he still
but
has to pay that money. I understand it doesn't affect the cap, but you gotta look at the history behind the decision making so far. Because
goodness,
like I
man.
said, Tepper is not a patient guy. Phenom says y'all don't know if that was what it took to sign him. Dave might have only wanted it that way. But
I don't
but
know.
Vietnam, you understand this isn't a proven head coach. This is his first head coaching gig.
Right,
That's
right,
all I'm saying. That's a lot for
right.
somebody first head coaching gig. That's a lot, especially after
Better
only
just
one
let it play out.
especially after
Uh,
only 1 year of being an
it,
offensive coordinator. That's a big jump. That's a huge jump. But like I said, I hope it works out.
uh,
I really do. I really do.
Mason says better just let it play out.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna let it
I
play
don't know what
out.
to think anymore. Yeah, Tepper is a billionaire. He needs to spend some of that money on the players to help us out. That's not how that works, though. You can't. No, you only get a certain amount of cap money. You need to learn about salary cap, bud. That's not how that works. But he is wasting Charlotte taxpayer money, though. So anybody that's paying taxes on that stadium within 30 a certain radius of that stadium needs to be pissed off right now
Well,
because that's your money.
Fayed
That's
not
your money, ladies and gentlemen.
Fayed
Right
Nam
down the drain.
Fayed Nam makes a good point. He says we were desperate. Yeah, he's right about that. Fayed Nam makes a good point. We were desperate. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that.
Oh my god.
I'll agree.
We about to
I'll agree
offer a
with you on
6-year
that, Fayed Nam.
contract again, just like we offered a 7-year contract to Matt Rule. Yeah, look how that worked out. We're still paying both of them.
Yeah,
Both of them.
this is true.
Billions of dollars.
And I don't know how many years Frank Wright had, but he got axed first year. So I mean, it's a
Whether this thing
bad
works
look.
out or not, it's
Whether it's the organization, whether it's the owner, it's still a bad look. Does it affect us? No, but it's still a
whether
bad
he
look.
succeeds or not, it's a bad look.
It's a bad look. So
Any way you slice it. And that's on the owner. That is Tepper meddling once again. It just disgusts me.
I'm just like I said. I hope he does well. I know if it were me, six is way too high. Six is way too high for somebody entering to their first head coaching gig. To me,
Yeah, yeah.
that's just too high for me. I
I
would do
apologize,
like
anybody in YouTube chat. We were trying to get to your messages. There's just so many today. it's just chaos today.
Oh, but this is good. This is good. This is
I want to though. I want to though. So stick
this is
around.
good.
If you don't get your message read, just stick around. You know, we'll get her. We'll get to it eventually. Uh, uh, Marcos Cash says Tampa Bay's air yards per attempt went from 6.9 and ranked 24th in 2022 without Canales to 8.4 and ranked third with Canales in 2023. The percentage of passes 29 plus air yards went from 22nd ranked to fourth. What do you have to say about that one, Blitz?
Went from 22nd to 4th.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. 9.5% to 12.9%.
Jeez.
You're a stats guy, so I figured I'd read that one off for you.
Yeah, yeah. Good call. Good call.
I knew that would interest you.
Uh, Vietnam says, yeah, Tepper, second richest owner. Yeah, he does have the money. That for sure. That for sure. Says John Gruden got a 10-year contract and didn't make it 2 years for the rate. Once again, Vietnam. Gruden's been coaching since '98.
Facts.
He's
Facts.
he's been coaching since '98 though. Dave Canales has never been a head coach. That's the point I'm making. He's never been a head coach. He's not a proven head coach.
Mason says, I know I've been frustrated with Tepper, man. If this keeps going on, I could see him selling the team or relocating, and I would hate to see the team relocate. We're not relocating, bro. He ain't gonna sell either. I can tell you that right now. That man is locked in. Torian says it should be more like a short 3 or 4 year contract, prove it kind of contract. Exactly. No one's getting more than a 4 year contract in the NFL. Not even Belichick that's won Super Bowl trophies.
Mm.
Like, come on, multiple Super Bowl trophies. If anybody deserves that type of contract, it's him. Shout out to Pamela. Shout out to whoever that was in chat and Facebook chat. I missed you. Garrett, what's going on? What are these takes? Uh, retread coaches rarely work out. Coaches not having head coach experience is fine. Ooh, that's an out of the box thought process there. And I commend you for it. I welcome it. We welcome those outside of the box opinions. Um, well,
Hmm.
I have a feeling this one will. I've watched, um, I've watched Baker play, twice this year, and I'm looking at him like something's changed in this dude, man, since
Oh,
last year.
absolutely, absolutely.
I can't quite put my finger. Oh, it's the fact that we weren't developing him in Carolina. Why are all those coaches still here? Why are all those player personnel still here? Fire them all. Clean the cobwebs out of the cabinet. They
Uh,
need to go. The second we hire that offensive coordinator, they need to be fired immediately.
uh,
Half this staff.
Ryan, I didn't get a chance to get to him. Ryan, Pace, welcome to the stream. But look at the trend of the league, young offensive coaches. Y'all just talking about Tep because of all the other mistakes he's made. Well, I mean, look at his track record with Carolina. I mean, that's kind of a topic for a reason.
Starting with the O line coach,
I
exactly,
mean,
Torian.
I
Yep.
mean, he's made a
Facts.
lot of mistakes since he's been here. I mean, it's been 6 years. I mean, it's kind of difficult to ignore. I'm just saying, it's kind of difficult to ignore. Um, but yeah, Vietnam says Dan Morgan made this deal. All Tepper did was sign a check. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yep.
a
Yep. Yep.
familiar name. It's a
Yep.
familiar name to Dan Morgan. So, I mean,
Yep.
it's not really a shock that that's who he picked.
Gonna do right by his buddies.
But
You
hey, it's a
know.
familiar name, and they did have success in Seattle
Yep.
working together.
Yep.
So hey, hopefully that can translate to Carolina.
All right, so Isaiah Sazik says only Commanders in Seattle job is left, and Ben Johnson will most likely get head coach for the Commanders. I would agree with that, but Eric Bieniemy is still in the hunt for that head coaching role, and he will get first shot at it. Don't forget about that.
He's still getting interviews.
Nothing to know of, but I didn't hear anything about that. But I'm pretty sure he's going to get first shot at the Commander's job. That's what they reported way early on in the coaching process carousel process here. But David Screw says there's a lot more about Canales that I'm like just not saying. Yeah, true, true, true. I I mean the chats are going nuts today.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get as much
Uh.
as we can to get in. This is crazy.
Uh.
I
Ryan's
love it though. I love
Ryan
it.
Ryan says talking about 6 years being a problem is crazy. It is crazy, but that doesn't make it
It
any less
is.
true.
Right.
It doesn't make it any less true. Is it crazy?
Oh goodness
Absolutely. I agree
gracious.
with you, but it doesn't make it any less true. Fayetnov says Dan Morgan and Canales' future is tied at the hip now. Facts. They had better produce and produce within the next 2 years, or they both will be gone right along with Bryce.
Yeah, yeah. Broski Bear says I'm just joining now. What do you think of the hire? Do you think Evero is disappointed? He didn't get the head coaching job since he's a proven DC and Canales is a first year coordinator. Not necessarily. I mean, from what we've seen from Canales, and if you guys have watched the interview from him, and I posted it on the Facebook page, and I also did uh, play the audio clip of it, the last stream that we did on Monday. I think Evero's probably going to say, okay,
Hmm.
you give this coach a 6 year contract. I'm going to stick. I'm going to see what happens here. You showing that much commitment towards Canales here. I I kind of like that. Let's see where this goes. We've got Chris DePore down there at special teams. We should be fine. Top 10 defense. Now, my question is, what are you doing with the offense?
Hmm.
That's what's going to be the question of do I stay or do I go?
Yeah, that's a good question. That is a good question.
So,
And I know a lot of people mention Baker Mayfield, but don't forget about Russell Wilson and also Geno Smith, other names that Canales has worked with as well, especially as
mm,
quarterbacks coach. So,
mm,
which are good ones. Which are good ones.
Marcos Cash says Bryce Young was included in the head coaching. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Come on, Marcos. You're trolling now. You're trolling. Bryce Young was not included in the head coaching search. Stop it. He's a quarterback. All right. He's trolling. He's trolling. Uh Black Puppy says I wouldn't see why we couldn't keep Evero considering Carolina's offense only scored 9 points against Evero's defense this year,
Hmm.
one game. And I mean, if we get the right offensive coordinator, we could convince Evero to stay. And vice versa, we could use Evero to draw in an offensive coordinator, knowing that there's a set up top 10 defense already in place in Carolina. That was the point I was trying to make earlier. But
Oh,
I just had to get through all this chat,
Dave Canales has updated his Twitter/X to reflect him being hired, and he's got it all pimped out with Carolina Panther blue.
All
That's
right.
that's cool.
Happy to see it.
Hey,
Happy to see it.
dang, he's getting involved already. He's like, oh, I'm gonna make myself feel at home. That's what's up. I like that. I like that.
We love you, man. We love you. Welcome.
I like that.
Welcome.
All
We
right.
love you until you suck.
That's
That's this
usually.
fan base. That's this fan base, though. Marcos Cash, your information is indeed accurate. What? No way.
what's
No way.
what's up.
They actually included Bryce Young in the coaching search?
I mean, it kind of makes sense, being that.
Why?
I mean, it
He's a
kind of make.
quarterback.
Well, yeah. I mean, don't forget part of the four horsemen. Part of the Four Horsemen.
Oh, okay. Included in the conversations for it. Okay, context matters, people. Context matters. Let's try that again from the top.
Damian Hernandez
Oh,
says.
goodness.
Damian Hernandez says, "Okay, I know I said this hire was good for y'all. I might have to take it back because if y'all are going to hire a head coach for 6 years, y'all should have hired Raheem Morris or Shane
Uh,
Waldron. At least they have more
wow.
experience in coaching." Well, I mean, he's not wrong. They do.
Yeah.
Although Shane Waldron doesn't ring a bell. Raheem Morris, which he just got picked up by Atlanta.
Yeah. Which means Belichick is not going to the Falcons.
Take
Ladies
that,
and gentlemen, we
Belichick.
dodged another bullet. Let's
T- take
go.
that, Belichick.
Let's go. Feels good. This is a great day.
He's like,
This is a
what?
great. I'm feeling good.
It's like, well, I have this championship. Nope, we're going with Raheem Morris. Take that, Belichick.
You sold after 2 interviews.
uh,
Beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful.
yeah,
Oh, that makes me happy. That makes my heart happy right there.
yeah, for reals.
Thank you, Falcons. I take back what I said. I take back what I said. I love you now. Okay, I don't love you because we're division rivals, but still, I respect you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for not hiring that man. Okay. Joe Person was the one that actually reported that. Interesting. We have 6 draft picks, according to David Screws.
6.
Uh,
Okay, that's what I was
yeah.
thinking. I was just like 5. Wow. I was like, that's lower than I thought.
Torian in Facebook chat says, I say bring in Champ Bailey as cornerback coach or even Ty Law. I like that idea. Champ Bailey would be a good coach for our corners. I like that idea. He was a monster back in the day. I'm okay with it. Even though he was a Denver Bronco, and we played the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl, and the Denver Broncos won the Super Bowl in Super
Yeah,
Bowl 50.
yeah, that is
Don't
true.
forget that.
Let's see.
But yeah, about that. Yeah, Champ Bailey's great. We'll take him. Um, Mason says I heard that too. Yeah, yeah.
Dave
Um,
Canales is the only active Hispanic head coach in the NFL, according to recent posts.
wonderful, wonderful. Like that diversity, man. We welcome it.
Let me see how old.
Uh,
How old is he? Let me see how old he is. He is 42. Okay, not bad.
yeah, yeah.
Not
I
bad at
welcome
all.
diversity in the league. But what I wanted in a head coach, it doesn't matter if you're black, white, Mexican, Chinese. Doesn't matter as long as you do the job well and you win. That's what this league is about. That's how you get paid.
So one of the things that I also saw on here is that
Being those things is a bonus.
apparently it's expected that Dave Canales will be calling the plays, but he will also be reporting directly to David Tepper.
Interesting.
Ooh, I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know how I feel about that either. I want an established offensive coordinator at the offensive coordinator position. I don't want a head coach that doubles as an offensive coordinator. You're not Bill Belichick. Stop it. You're not going to reach
Uh,
his level of what he
well,
does. Stop that. The best that you can do is just find an offensive coordinator. Don't use him as a figurehead.
hmm
Make sure that he has the credentials. Put him in and let him call the plays. If you see that you feel you need to take over the play calling because we're doing a terrible job, okay, take over. But you shouldn't have to.
yeah, yeah,
You
I agree
hired the
with you.
man to do a job. He's an offensive coordinator. That's part of the reason I felt like Thomas Brown was just sitting there as a figurehead. It made me mad. You got Frank Wright as the head coach, and then Thomas Brown becomes the figurehead. He's the scapegoat for when everything goes wrong offensively. Yeah, let's throw Thomas Brown under the bus.
Hmm. Yeah.
I don't want another figurehead. I want somebody established at offensive coordinator that's got a track record of success.
Right. Totally understandable.
I'm
Um,
sick of this.
Damien says the funny part about Raheem Morris' hire is there's a report that Morris and the GM have to report to Falcons owner and not the CEO. Wow. They got to report to Arthur Blank?
Oh snap!
Dang. Well,
Arthur Blake's getting aggressive.
well,
He's getting aggressive, ladies and gentlemen. He's getting desperate.
yeah. Ooh,
That's
yikes.
not a good look for Arthur Blank.
Uh, Joe Velasco says Cam Newton says he would play quarterback for the Falcons. Yeah, I do remember he mentioned that. I just don't think he's with it now that they passed on Belichick. But yeah, I mean he's from Atlanta, so makes
Oh,
sense.
oh, 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 oh. Torian says, why not bring in the offense coordinator Bryce out at Alabama? Not bad. Not a bad suggestion. Because then you'll understand like what Bryce's system is because he's very familiar with Bryce.
Does he
He
know
knows
his
how.
name? Does
Of
he know
course, he
his?
knows his name.
Because
Oh, you're talking about
yeah, whoever
the
made the
name of the
comment,
offensive
whoever
coordinator.
whoever made the comment, does he know his
Uh,
name?
Tori, do you know the name of the offensive coordinator? Let me know. We'll come back to you because I got a bunch of comments to go through here still.
But I definitely do agree that we should indeed be optimistic about this. I think overall, definitely. And like I said, it goes into, the positives. I mean, look who
Mhm.
Dave Canales has worked with and helped out. Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Russell Wilson. I mean, well notable names. I mean, Baker Mayfield was the most recent. The chemistry he has
He
with
says
Dan
he
Moore.
thinks the OC is in New England
Oh,
with the Patriots. So whoever that is right now.
oh, Damien says the offensive coordinator of Bama is taking the head coaching job in Bama.
Oh,
Oh, well, excuse me.
interesting. I didn't know that. I knew they had appointed somebody to take over. I caught the name, but I didn't realize it was the offensive coordinator.
Oh, snap. Brian Callahan with Tennessee, he will be calling plays.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Let's see how that goes.
Okay. Very interesting. He intends to call plays on the offense this season. Okay. I know he's been sitting behind Zach Taylor and Cincy. Now he's gonna call some plays. Uh-oh.
All
Well, I guess we'll see how that goes. Um,
right.
but yeah, like the positives, the quarterbacks David has worked with. Of course, the relationship he has with Dan Morgan is a positive as well. They know each other very well. They've had success together.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know this will be a challenge for Dave with Bryce, but I mean, you gotta give him credit for coming at this this quickly, and I think there's a sense of urgency to get this fixed. And you know what? I like that. I like what I've seen just with him speaking, especially with the link that you sent me, Corey.
Yep.
And we got a offensive minded head coach that seems to be what the I guess what the driving force was to go after was an offensive minded head coach. So I mean, there's positives to this.
All right. So let me go ahead and lay out my vision of what I think this is going to look like
Alrighty.
before we finish up the and catch up this chat, and we'll go from there. Um, so the way I see this going is if you go out and you get the guy from Houston as offensive coordinator, we're going to be running a West Coast spread
Oh,
as suggested
Bobby
by
Slowick.
uh, by a Panthers YouTuber, which I forget the name of offhand. Um, but I've shouted him out before, so he knows who I am. So with the West Coast spread, you're going to be looking at 60-40 predominant pass blocking offensive linemen. You're going to be looking at fast, speedy catching wide receivers that have a good release time off the line. You're going to be wanting to change up the routes from time to time because the defenses are going to start figuring it out once they see it on tape. Uh, but if you can get the timing and the footwork figured out without causing a bunch of penalties
Mm-hmm.
and putting your wide receivers at risk for hospital balls, this could work.
Mm-hmm.
This could definitely work. Um, and I've experimented a lot with West Coast offense, so I do know a little bit about that. Um, so I know what types of people we need to run that properly. You need those big, burly linemen that are going to uh, control the line of scrimmage,
mm-hmm.
not just settle into the line of scrimmage and get bullied, but control it. You know, you want to build a big freaking log cabin in that trench. I was mentioning that all year long, and our low line was not capable of doing that. So I said, okay, reset the O line at the end of the year. No matter what happens, reset the O line.
Oh, Joel Valesco says, I thought the Washington coach is the new coach for Alabama. Damien's not too sure. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
But keep
Um,
going, keep going.
but I see a West Coast offense working out really well. And if I am Slovak, here's my pitch to Slovak.
Okay.
You're looking at an already built-in top 10 defense sitting right here in Carolina. You don't have to do anything. Just let the defense do what it does. Just stay out of the way of it. You know, you're sitting there. You've already dealt with the number 2 pick in the draft with CJ. Now you get a chance to work with the number 1 pick, which is Bryce Young.
Mm-hmm. Hey, keep us posted, Damien. Keep us posted.
This is a massive opportunity to work with top two quarterbacks in one draft and mold this offense how you want from scratch with a
That
solid head coach that is locked in for 6 years.
that is a benefit.
And
That
you've
is a
got
benefit.
Krista Poor sitting down there as special teams, so your special teams are going to be solid too. This is a massive opportunity. Once you get out of that cap situation, this could get really really fun when this man starts building properly during the 24 and 25 off season. We're sitting there right now. We're not able to do much because we're limited to $30 million. So we're just trying to keep our foundation alive right
Mm-hmm.
now. Build the foundation. That's the goal this off season. So once you built your foundation, you've lured Slovak in, you've gotten him in as your offensive coordinator. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
he's not a figurehead. He's not somebody to be ignored. He is your offensive coordinator. He will be calling the plays. And that's not to get in the way of too many cooks in the kitchen again. Let's get on the same page with Canales.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not mistaken, Canales runs the West Coast as well, right?
So I was actually going to get into that because they posted a lot of info in the 5 things to know about new Panthers coach Dave Canales. It's very intriguing stuff, bro. Very intriguing. Can I go through this?
Uh, uh we'll get to it in a minute here, but I wanted to make sure that this is what we're doing with this offense.
Okay.
Is it a West Coast
But
through and
once
through?
I get into it, it'll explain more. But go ahead.
All right, is it a West Coast through and through? That's what we need to know. If it is a West Coast through and through, then that's how we need to build this offense, brick by brick. You know, 2024. This is how I see 2024 going. We're probably only going to win 4 or 5 games, regardless. We're still going to retain maybe 3/4 of this defense, maybe with the 30 million that we have on the table to plus a restructure of Taylor Moton's contract, plus whatever other restructure we need to ensure that we get our draft picks and retain people.
Oh, so here's an update. So Dave Canales and Dan Morgan will both report to David Tepper, but still expect another front office hire to handle cap contracts and serve as something of a buffer. That's good. That's good.
Is that going to be Tillis? Can we lure him out of KC?
Oh, Brant Tillis.
Yeah,
That
that's the
that might
final
be who the buffer is.
puzzle right there.
Yeah,
Is this management squad?
that could be who the buffer is. Um,
And if that works, okay, so you get out of your cap trouble. You keep it 2/3 of the defense. You know, you restart the offense,
mhm,
and I say keep Bozeman and keep Corbett because these guys will be adaptable to any offense that you run.
mhm.
Yes, they primarily do run blocking, but they can be adaptable to any offensive scheme that you want. They could do both.
Okay. Oh,
Um,
Damien says the Washington coach wants the job, but nothing has been confirmed of yet about the hire. Okay,
okay,
appreciate the heads up.
cool, cool, cool. Yeah, keep us updated. Anybody that's got updates, throw them in,
Yeah.
and we'll
Um,
read them as we get them.
yes. You were
But
saying?
I see this as a building year. We're not going to do anything record wise. You're not going to see the progress show up on the scoreboard or in the records, the win loss. But what you will see it in is the progress on the stats sheets and with the eye test when you're watching the games. You'll see these players visibly progress once you brought in the new people into the office of Carolina that can properly develop these people once you clean out the rest, you know, the cobwebs that don't belong here. So, end of the year, we land where we land in the draft. It's wherever we land,
Mhm.
and we use that draft pick and we build. We build, we build, we build, you know, and whatever holes we need to fill, we fill them because we're going to have the money, we're going to have the draft picks next year. Let's do it. You know, this is why I'm saying if you see a bad record in 2024 from your brand new six year contract head coach, ignore it because we're going to be doing terrible anyway. I just don't see a roster being built with the money that we have in that
It's
short
gonna
amount
be
of time.
tough. It's gonna be
It's just
really
not going to
tough.
happen. You're asking for the impossible. And, you know, when we drafted players that had talent, but
Mhm.
we drafted, and potential, but we drafted the players that don't fit our system because we didn't have a system to begin with. We didn't know what we were doing. It was like a puppy being lost in the dark, trying to find its master. We had no idea what we were even doing. or chasing a mail truck down the road. He wouldn't even know what to do if he caught it.
Hmm.
That was our management. So that was naturally how we drafted as well. So as a result, we started moving people around because we didn't know what we were doing. So now you've got players that are possibly on their way out because of the results of that, which is not good, you know. And about half of the people on that list that we said yes or no to on Monday are going to be gone,
Hmm.
regardless. They're gone. Um, Now the tricky thing is which ones that we said yes to will actually survive and
Yep.
get extensions,
That is a good point.
and that's like playing the lottery, trying to figure out which ones it's going to be. I can guarantee Frankie's going to get an extension, but the rest of them, that's like playing tic tac toe at this point. You don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
So you know what I will say is this: keeping a jar around, we'll keep as many of those here as we can keep. They will not want to leave, and if we are patient and we let this offense and everything build properly
Hmm.
and develop properly over a course of 2 to 3 years, then we'll see what's actually going to uh, come out of this. Will it be positive? Will it be negative? And I think at the end of 3 years, then you can make a proper evaluation. Okay, did we succeed? Did we fail at building this properly?
Right.
Did we get the right players or did we fail? You know, and then we start asking the question, why? Why did we succeed? Why did we fail? And learn from it and continue to build. If it succeeds, continue to build.
Hmm.
If it fails, we haven't lost anything, folks. We're just paying another head coach. You know,
Right. Right.
the only thing we would lose is maybe Ajaro at that point.
Right.
That's
Right.
if he chooses to stay or go for a head coaching job. At that point, he would probably go for a head coaching job because he's just like, enough of this crap. You know?
Yeah. So it's a good
Yeah, you're
point.
wasting years of my career, which I wouldn't blame him at that point, and half these players would go and follow him. Um, so I do see something here, and if we're able to develop Bryce properly with good protection, with 60-40 predominant offensive linemen that fit the West Coast offense, with the right wide receiver crew, which are
Hmm.
going to be terrible in the first year because we won't be able to afford anything. We'll be digging through the dumpster in the first year,
Oof. That's one way to
on the
put it.
reset. Same thing with the O line. It's going to be rough. I'm just warning you right now, it's going to be rough. We may end up taking some salary cap penalties to move people, that we don't want. So that's a thing too. Um, but if these guys are under contracts, we can hope that these guys don't get moved too far. um, and Brian Burns is going to be a victim of all of this because,
Yeah, it's
like
looking
we
that
talked
way.
about, we,
It's
we can't just pay him to trade him. That's half our salary cap. Ladies and gentlemen, that's half our salary cap. You can't do that when you got so many people on that list still that need to be get paid. It's absurd to even consider that.
well,
You know,
hopefully the
and
guy we bring in can really rectify as
and
much
it
of that as
makes me
possible.
sick, just like it makes you guys sick that we're not going to get any picks out of this because this dude was worth 2 first rounders by two different teams last year. I'm disgusted with it just as much as you guys are. When we hit the trade deadline in 2022 season, you know, I'm I'm frustrated by it too. But we may have no other choice but just to let him go.
Yeah,
And
I got
it,
a
it
feeling
pains me
it's
to say that, but he's going to be one of the victims of what we decided we wanted to do with this head coaching roles and what we were trying to accomplish there and failed to do because we didn't have a bona fide system and we started moving people around and picking the wrong players. So he's another victim on the list that will end up with another team and become a Pro Bowler at his natural position. Jeremy Chin is next. I'm warning you. Jeremy Chin is next. If you care about Jeremy Chin at all, be warned. We are
uh
trying to put people at linebacker that do not belong at linebacker
oh.
because you failed to draft a linebacker. And I'm hoping the coaching staff learns from this and actually does something about this and breaks the wheel from here on. Otherwise, you're going to see more of the same. It's frustrating. It's a it's aggravating, and it needs to end. We need to develop these players properly, which means bringing in the proper staff members to do so. Not a bunch of figureheads, not a bunch of people that are just sitting there, just typing away at a computer, just playing solitaire. No, I want real people in here that actually know what they're doing. This is ridiculous. How many players have gone out of Carolina and become Pro Bowlers? The number is astronomical. I pointed these people out to you on Monday. So you know who they are now.
It's pretty common.
Now, once we bring in Slavic, this is exactly the point when you start firing
Hey,
those people.
Pastor Ken, thanks for the like on Facebook. Much appreciated.
Much love to you. But yeah, once we bring in the offensive coordinator, that's the point when you start firing these people underneath, and you start bringing in the people from Tampa Bay, from wherever you want to bring them from, that actually know what they're doing. Um, and there was conversation about Canales maybe bringing in the wide receiver coach, the assistant wide receiver coach, I think it was.
Oh, from
This dude was an assistant coach for every position in Tampa Bay. He never actually made real coach. He was assistant. He never got promoted to any of those roles. Um, when I did some digging on him, and it frustrated me because I was just like, wait a minute, we're about to bring in this dude for offensive coordinator. I
uh-oh.
mean, that's according to Adam Scheffler. It's just don't be surprised if we bring this dude in. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up, that ain't gonna work for me. I want somebody that's got some credentials and some history at offensive coordinator. That ain't it for me. This offense was horrendous last year.
Yep,
Horrendous.
very much so.
Are we really willing to do that again through 2024? This is going to be a rerun of your work of the most boring horror movie that you ever watched. That's exactly what it's going to be like. It's going to be like watching paint dry all over again in 2024 if we do this. That's the wrong hire. Stop hiring your buddies. Hire somebody that actually knows what the heck they're doing.
Yep,
Don't hire
that's
a
what we need.
figurehead. Hire somebody that actually has some brains. This is exactly how we got into trouble last year. We thought we were fine. Thomas Brown would be just fine. Frank Gallen, the plays, offensive guru. We got fooled by Frank like this once. Are you really willing to believe that we might get fooled again? I believe so. So let's go after an offensive coordinator. And for me, I got two choices. I got Slovic and I've got Ken Dorsey. Take your pick. Either one of these guys can revitalize this offense right now, reset it, and mold it however they wish, and find success with it. Ken Dorsey did it up in Buffalo. Slovic did it in Houston in 1 year. And that's just in 1 year. Imagine what he could do in 3 or 4. And
Yep.
this time around, he's got the benefit of Bryce Young. Interesting thought process, right? That's what we would be looking at the end of 3 years. Is don't pay attention to those rankings right away in the first year. They're going to look sloppy because you don't have all the pieces that you need. What would have happened if Canales had stayed in Tampa Bay as offensive coordinator for 3 or 4 years with Baker Mayfield, with that offense slowly but surely getting better every year, adding more pieces, adding more depth,
Right.
adding more weaponry? Think about that. I want y'all to really let that settle in for a second, because that could be a very, very dangerous offense.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially with what they have on the
If they've
squad.
already made the playoffs and they already beat the Eagles in the playoffs this year, who were red hot, imagine what they could do in 3 years when it's fully built and molded exactly how Canales wants that offense built. And I'm trying to tell you, Bryce Young could be better than Baker when developed properly, under the right circumstances,
Yeah, that's the key. Definitely gotta
and in the right scheme, the right
develop them.
protection, the right weaponry.
Yep, agreed. Definitely agree.
This Now y'all are starting to see the vision coming together of what I see at the end of 3 years. Look at what this could be. And that's why I say 3 to 4 year contract is what I'm looking for out of Canales. Not 6, Tepper. Not 6. Why do you insist on doing this, Tepper? Why? For the love of everything green on this earth, why do you keep doing this?
Just a quick note. Just a quick note.
Ah.
Vietnam. Vietnam. Eddie's the first DLC character. You know that, right? He's the first DLC character. So there's hope. There's hope. Continue, Corey. Yeah, because Tekken 8's getting ready to come out. But yeah, he's
Oh, it is. Okay, cool.
yeah
Cool.
he's the first DLC character. So he's coming. He's coming. He's
Yeah.
coming. The others I have no idea. All right,
Sorry,
continue.
folks in the chat, but if my rant and rave kind of scared people off, I apologize. But I wanted people to see what I'm seeing out of these hires, and why it's important that we focus on these hires specifically. There's so much that we can do with this. That's why I'm getting excited. Optimistically excited, but excited. Because I know our track record. I know that if we get too hyped up, we're going to be like, oh, well, that coach never measured up to what we wanted, and get pissed off.
Right, right.
We've done this song and dance too many times, so I'm trying not to get too hyped here.
Yeah, yeah. Vietnam. Yeah, he's the first DLC character. Um, Damien says, think if Canales would have had time with Kyle Trask as quarterback number one instead of Baker, and they made the playoffs with Trask, this hire would have made more sense because he would have developed a rookie quarterback and not a quarterback who has experience in the NFL. Well, I mean, here's the thing
And that
though.
kind of,
You gotta remember how Baker Mayfield did with us and how that went down.
I was just about to allude to that, actually.
Yeah, don't forget about that, Damien. Look
I
at
got a
the
point or two to make on that.
Because
actually.
look at the season he had with us, and he did a little bit of something something when he went to the Rams, but then when he went to the Bucks, then the Baker Mayfield that we once saw, if even better, from the Browns came back. He got revitalized. So
Hmm.
and and
Why do you think that is?
and not only that, don't forget Geno Smith. Geno Smith was never known as a big name. He was a familiar name, but until he
Exactly.
came to Seattle, that man has a career now. Like legit, folks know Geno Smith is not just an average quarterback. He became a great
Hmm.
quarterback.
Hmm.
It took a long time because he had to get around the right people, but Geno
Hmm.
Smith is a good quarterback now.
Hmm.
And
I
Russ,
figured he would elevate his play once he got around the right people.
yeah.
Same with Baker.
So,
I saw the potential in him, both. But why do you think that he suddenly became great in Tampa Bay after leaving Carolina, where he did nothing, and was great in Cleveland? And let us not forget that playoff game against Pittsburgh,
right.
where he dominated Pittsburgh as a Cleveland Brown.
Well,
Yeah,
let's also keep in
it's
mind that
development in Carolina. It's development. It's the same people that have been here for 5 years that have been developing all these players, ladies and gentlemen.
well,
Have these guys been stunting the growth of all of these players' careers?
let's also keep in mind I believe
Hmm.
when we had Baker Mayfield, uh we had Ben McAdoo as our OC if I remember
And that didn't
correctly.
help either. Yeah.
Mr. We're going to use all the tight ends and yeah, we had Ben McAdoo.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot.
But yeah, it was just oof. Not to mention he set his career high for yards passing this
Yeah.
season with 4,044. Oh, so he did even better than with Cleveland. Look at that.
This is what happens when you pair him with the right coaching staff and people that can develop him properly. Plus protection and weaponry.
So this was his best season.
This is what happens, folks.
It's like, hey,
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we just got a proper coach up in here, man. That's what we got in Canales. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
so I gotta get into this. So the five things to know about Dave Canales. This is big. This is really big.
Yeah.
So
Uh, wait. Uh, Shout out to Mason, who says gonna have to protect him with those big bodies coming at him.
agreed.
We got a tough schedule. I couldn't find anything about the coach deal. I didn't see. I don't see where he signed a 6 year deal. 6 year deal. Oh yeah, you saw it. Okay, cool. Shout out to Devin. Shout out to Austin Wellman on Facebook. So I'm caught up on Facebook. Finally. Whew.
Okay. Do you have any
Um.
more YouTube chat?
Yeah. I've got a whole list here. We're only halfway through it.
Do you? I guess you want
This
to.
is a night, man. This is crazy.
I guess you
I
want to
love it though.
go through that, or you want me to start?
Uh, Let me see. I'll go ahead and run through these real quick. This shouldn't take long. Um, Marcos Cash says, well, it says that the Panthers stayed in touch with Bryce Young representatives. Quote unquote, stayed in touch. David Screw says we can trade Tepper for a first rounder. Lol, just kidding. Yeah, I know, right? I wish. Lock Poppy says we have pick 33, pick 65 in the third round, fourth round pick, two fifth rounders, and a sixth. All right, to be more specific. So for whoever was asking for that, I think it was Daryl Sunchild. There you go. Or anybody that really wants that information. There you go. We have picks to work with. Not gonna lie, we need to hit on at least 4 of those picks. Facts. Yes, we do. Uh, Darrell Sunchild says my top needs are offensive line, tight end, defensive tackle, middle linebacker, and wide receiver. I would happen to agree with all of those but tight end right now. I think we can sit on tight end for one more year. That's not necessarily an immediate need,
Mm-hmm.
although we do eventually want to replace Ian Thomas. Um, but I'm happy with Steven Sullivan and I'm happy with Tommy Tremble for one more year.
Okay.
Depend even running the West Coast, bare bones structure, I think we should be okay. But the rest, yes, those are immediate needs. We're about to lose a ton of wide receivers. We're about to lose like all our offensive linemen, all our defensive tackles, our middle linebackers are gone. It's just depleted. And I would add in corner as well. Corner, we need to seal up the corner room
Mm-hmm.
instead of screwing around. And
Ooh.
defensive end too.
Is this true, Damien? Damien just said
We have a
question.
lot of needs right now.
Damien says question. Would y'all want to sign Saquon since he has the Panthers on his list of teams he wants to go to? Saquon Barkley? Yeah.
He's interested?
He's interested?
Okay, my first thought
Shoo.
is how much?
I might listen to what he might request because you got to remember Saquon has been on a comeback.
Correct.
He's been on a comeback.
Correct. But see, the comeback players are going to request more money.
Yeah,
That's the
it
problem.
really depends on how much
How
money
much?
he wants.
And that's why that's my first question.
But
Second
Saquon,
question is how would he fit with this offense that we're trying to build if we were to try to go after him?
I would at least listen to talks with him. I would listen to talks with him.
I'm open to that. I'm open to that.
Shoo, Saquon, shoo.
We'll probably not have the money to get him. We definitely don't have the money for Mike Evans right now. I know that. There'll be a bidding war for Mike Evans.
Because ever since he got back to being healthy, he's been like his usual self again. So hey,
Yeah. Make no mistake about it. I've gotten a lot of comments and a lot of thoughts directed towards me about Mike Evans. This is going to be a bidding war for Mike Evans. And that agent knows it.
yep,
And that agent says, payday, payday, show me
yeah,
the green. Show me the green. Who has the best offer? Who has the highest offer? And that's where we're gonna drop out of that race.
yeah.
Because it's going to be about 4 or 5 teams that are just a wide receiver away or a few pieces away from a Super Bowl run.
And we have to remember the consistency that Mike Evans brings to the table. That money, you can't blame
Yeah,
him for a
yeah,
certain amount. You can't blame him.
yeah. And we're going to drop out of that race. You're going to see maybe KC, Baltimore, Jacksonville might throw their hat in the ring for a little bit. You might see Cleveland for a minute or two. Detroit is always looking for another piece.
Oh, if Detroit gets
Uh,
him, oh
Houston,
shoot, that would
Houston,
be scary.
Houston's another one. You know, so don't be surprised if you see these teams get in the race for this man. It's going to be a straight up bidding war. This man's about to get paid, and Mike's just like, you know what? I'm gonna let my agent handle this one.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah. Damien
Don't give too
says.
much control, though, Mike.
Damien
Don't give too
says.
much control. You remember what happened to Josh Norman now?
Right. Damien says, I think he has y'all. I know he has the Giants, Patriots, Rams, and Bears. Oh, talking about Saquon. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, he's got a list. But yeah, somebody's gonna have to shell out some major money I mean,
and
I
Brian
know.
Burns will be the other bidding war.
I mean, I understand age might be a little factor, but like I said, this dude has been consistent since rookie year. So,
Brian Burns is going to be the other bidding war, and I guarantee you, if the Bears want him opposite of Sweat, and Sweat was their second option at the time when they couldn't get Burns, they're going to have to pay up. That's going to have to be some money if you want to go to Chicago.
hmm
You
uh,
know, Burns will want to. Burns will be interested in that, but you got to offer some green.
yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure. Mr. Gemini says, "I wonder what happened to the Mike Vrabel interview." Um,
He got turned right back around to Tennessee. That's what happened.
I think it's just Dan Morgan had made up his mind, like just
Yep, yep. This was 100% Dan Morgan's choice.
yeah,
Either he sinks or swims due to Dan Morgan. So if this coach fails, Dan Morgan is the one that's taking the heat too. Let's not forget about that. This isn't Tepper's pick at coach. We all know who Tepper wanted and couldn't get.
yeah.
And
Ben
he
Ben
got pissed
Johnson was
off and
his top guy.
frustrated. So the sports company that he hired took over, and they're just like, no, 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 no. You're going to hire a president and you're going to hire a GM. And that's who's going to be making this hire. You're not making this hire, sir. You
Yeah,
paid us to help you. Let us do our job.
indeed.
Let all of us do our job. So he hired Dan Morgan and then stepped out of the way. So Dan Morgan takes the heat no matter what happens here,
Yeah,
either
this is
success
true.
or failure.
Damien says, "I hate to say this, but Foreman is a free agent. I could see y'all get him back. I hope I'm wrong because the Bears do really need him." Hey,
Foreman, I would be interested in
I'd
because
welcome
you're
him back.
looking for a power back
Yeah, I'd
to
welcome
run
him
your
back.
West Coast. At that point, it uh we would probably get rid of Blackshear and Spencer Brown in order to get him, and that's going to be penalty money. Um, but yeah, I could see Foreman fitting in really, really well with a West Coast spread or a West Coast power run.
Hey, I'd welcome him back for sure.
I want somebody. I want somebody with some power running through the short situations. You know what I mean?
hmm
And the offense that I run is on Madden is a West Coast power run. I've got it down to a science where I'll throw some short passes and then I'll have the deep passes in reserve depending on what the defensive set does. If they move around, I adjust with an audible. If they move around again, I adjust with another audible. It's like Peyton Manning. It's loosely built on Peyton Manning's system. And the power back would be set there for those short yardage situations like a 3rd and 2, a 3rd and 1, you know, a 2nd and 2, something like that, or a goal line situation,
Hmm.
on the 1 or 2.
Uh, Damien says, "I think if y'all would have
Foreman would
hired."
be a good fit for that.
Damien says, "If I think y'all would have hired Vrabel, y'all would have had King Henry with them." Oh, Derrick Henry. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Yeah, he's gonna cost some money.
Yeah, and that's not a guarantee either that the
Nah,
Panthers would be,
nah.
where he would follow to. I don't know about that. But
Right,
not a bad thought. Not a bad thought.
right, right. I see where you're going with that. But Foreman would be a good fit for that power run offense, though. Definitely. You want a big, strong, burly running back. You
Okay.
know, back in the early days, I used to use Jonathan Stewart. He would get that extra oomph over the line. You
This
know,
yeah, good point.
or you could use a fullback. You could use um, Jamal Charles was a good one back in the day too. You want guys that size to run your short yardage situations
Right.
and guarantee that first down and moving the sticks. And the more you get comfortable with that offense and start moving down the field with tempo, it starts to wear down that defense over time. It burns the clock. And eventually, these guys are going to have to use those timeouts because these guys are going to get tired. So if you know what you're doing and you know how to utilize your entire wide receiver core, you know how to use these power backs correctly, you know how to use this offensive line to where you can maximize the potential with a quick zip pass where the blitzers can't get to your quarterback in time. You have that ball out of there quickly enough. And I think Bryce Young could do that with some development. Because I clocked him at a 2.6, 2.7, and the league average is 2.8.
Right, right.
Matt Ryan was a 2.5. I want people to understand that Matt Ryan was a 2.5. That's why I always used to use Matt Ryan.
Right.
Because I would never get sacked with Matt Ryan. It was just almost impossible to have that happen. Because that ball would be out of there as soon as that third foot hit the ground. Whoop. And it would be a bullet pass right to where I want it. Because by the time I take that third step, I've already made the assessment. Okay, where are the gaps?
Hmm.
Where is my wide receiver going to be? How fast is he going? What's the timing? What's the speed? Can I throw this ball right in front of him while in stride in that gap? Do I have to throw it over a defender's shoulders? What do I have to do with it in order for my wide receiver to catch it? You know,
Yeah.
it's little things like that. And if my wide receivers get doubled, my tight end's sitting right there as a check down for an easy five. So, you could use the PA post, you could use a slant play, you could I've got a few different plays that I use as just bare bones, and you could just expand on that with screen plays, counter runs, anything you want. Once those four are established, and a few different audibles. Like if you try to run this in real life, you would be running about probably 6 or 7 different audibles with short language,
Hmm.
short, quick language, because you want to get that ball snapped quickly before the defense can really get set and comfortable. And that's the trick. If you're quick on the trigger and you know what you're doing, it's just zip, 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 zip right down the field. Whether you're using out routes, whether you're using posts, whatever you're using, just get rid of the ball so you don't take sacks.
Yeah.
Now, yes, that does
Which.
turn your quarterback into a pocket passer. But what it also does is ensures that the defense has to go back and cover these guys. It makes them use energy and stamina to run back and cover these guys instead of just staying in the box and trying to pass rush you to death, which is what they did to us last year. And as soon as they start going backwards, that's when you hit them with the power run right up the middle. Push those gaps, open that up, 5 yard run. I mean, it's beautiful. When it works, it works. You want to watch those linebackers though, because they will pick those balls off. So you have to know exactly where these guys are at all times, the star players on secondaries. But if it works, oh, it's a thing of beauty with the West Coast. And I've got it down to a science. So the trick is, if you want to try to implement that in real life, you'd be putting your wide receivers in some really, really dangerous situations where it could be hospital balls. So I don't recommend it. That's why you want a lot of depth. And
it,
that's if you're running the spread or the power run.
it's
But
necessary.
but the key is the offensive line. The key is the offensive line. If you build the offensive line correctly to start with, everything stems from that. And I want wide receivers that are quick off the release. I want wide receivers that are fast, accelerating, speed, and going where they're supposed to go. You know, don't deviate. Go where you're supposed to go. That was one of the things that Peyton Manning stressed a lot because if you run the wrong route, that's a hospital pass, meaning you're in a stretcher.
Huh.
You're not
Interest.
just dropping a pass; you're on a stretcher because some of
Interest.
those players hit hard back in the day.
Joe Valesco says, "I want the Panthers to draft Frank Gore Jr." Uh,
Uh,
Running back out
I
of
could see it.
Southern Miss.
I'm interested in there's actually a former Eagles son that plays at Clemson right now. He's a defensive player. I forget his name right now. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I'm interested in him.
Oh.
He shows up on the second round. That could be a really really good piece
Oh, at
for us to
linebacker.
draft. Yes.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know that he's really ready to be a middle linebacker in the NFL, but as far as drafting him wise, but you could put him on the outside and he could be really successful outside opposite of Frankie Louvu. While
Okay.
putting Shaq or um or whoever you want to replace Shaq with at some point in the middle. Because I'm not sure that I was never sold on Shaq as a middle linebacker because of the coverage issues. It frustrated me. He worked on him a little bit, but I was like, if he just works on those coverage issues,
Mm-hmm.
then we're good. I
Yeah.
can see him becoming the next leader of this defense. You know,
So, so, um, so yeah, let's get into this right quick. I just have wanted to get through this
yeah, yeah.
list. Um,
And
so
then I'll get to the rest of the chat because I apologize if your comment was not read yet. So be patient, YouTube.
okay. So 5 things to know about Dave Canales. Number one, he grew from the Pete Carroll tree, which is true. In the span of
Correct.
6 years, Canales went from selling cowboy boots to serving on Pete Carroll's staff at USC, dated all the way back to USC.
Yeah.
Um, which the job led to Canales working in clinics with Pete Carroll, who was the head man at USC at the time. Um, which their friendship led to Pete Carroll hiring Canales as the Trojans' assistant strength coach, which got his foot in the door. And then 1 year under Carroll made the impression. And then when Carroll took the job with Seattle, he brought him with him. So yeah, I mean that's a pretty big deal. I mean, got the job at Seattle. Hey, come with me. Bam. So that's a positive. Um, a big one that stands out to me though, number two, he specializes in quarterback resurrections. And of course, the main spotlight has been Russell Wilson, Geno Smith, and the most recent one, Baker Mayfield.
Mm.
Um, third,
I like
oh,
I
go
like
ahead.
that he's worked with Russell Wilson. That's definitely a resume builder.
Now, third, his offensive play calling is cerebral. Now, let me go into detail. It says, as outlined in his profile, his offensive scheme is an assortment of many schemes, never leaning on one identity too much. Instead, the play caller likes to rely on the mental side of the game to give his players a more significant advantage. His receivers aren't put into a box labeled slot or outside. Instead, they learn and run the whole route tree. Evans, who had the second best season of his career in 2023,
Interesting.
flourished with Mayfield and under Canales. The future Hall of Famer tweaked his game under Canales' instruction, using his eyes more to move defenders, even in the middle of a route. It's a tactic that play callers can
Whoa.
employ to level the playing field and give an even more significant advantage when equipped with the physical talent available in the NFL.
Whoa. Whoa. Stop at that one right there because that is fascinating.
So I guess he believes in hot routes and will not hesitate to give the receivers, I guess, free reign. I mean, he doesn't label slot or
That's
outside.
really interesting.
They just learn and run the whole route tree.
They don't have to just follow one route. They can go anywhere they want. Is what you're telling me, right?
That's what this sounds like.
That is fascinating.
So he doesn't want to.
If this actually develops properly, it works. You know, then this man's a genius.
So he's not trying to.
He's a revolutionary.
So he's not trying to classify himself in a spread or RPO or something significantly.
This is next level.
One. It sounds like he is very open to manipulating to whatever
Oh,
gives the players on offense the advantage, whatever that might look like.
wow.
This is intriguing.
This is fascinating. This is next level stuff right here. Like no one's ever done that before that I know of.
It's definitely intriguing.
This could change the game.
He likes to rely on the mental side of the game to give his players a more significant
Whoa.
advantage.
I,
Ne-
I, I'm just letting that sink in and processing that right. That's something I've never seen before, ever.
I mean,
That blows my mind.
so so
Is
dang
it
bump.
possible?
So he's
Is
like
it
bump.
possible to fully develop that type of offense?
So he's like bump being classified as slot or outside. You gonna learn the whole route tree. Okay, well, excuse me.
Whoa.
Well,
I mean, that's a lot to learn for your wide receivers. That's a lot.
yeah. I mean,
That's like cramming for college exams. You know, and it just wow. That's something I didn't expect to run into with him.
yeah. Um, the only other two is he comes
That
from
may be what Dan Morgan saw, and he was just like, "That's fascinating."
the only other 2 points is he comes from a family of inspirers and communicators, and he's the only current Hispanic coach in the NFL. Fifth,
Okay.
fifth in league history. But yeah, man, that offensive play
All right.
calling though.
Can we go back to number 3 here? Because like,
Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
that's what caught my attention. I was just like, "You have my full attention now, Canales."
So his offensive scheme is an assortment of many schemes, never leaning on one identity too much.
Now that could be dangerous because you don't know what type of players you need to create your offense because you're going to have an island of misfit toys in that way. And that's exactly the mistake we made before. Because without a plan, you don't know what you're doing. But Canales apparently has a plan. That's the difference between him and Frank Wright at this point.
Right.
So that would mean we don't need to blow these guys up at all. What we actually need to do is improve the offensive line and fit it towards a West Coast type offense.
It really makes me wonder,
with
like,
wide receivers in that way, with the spread type West Coast offense. Fascinating. That could work. That could actually work.
it really makes me wonder,
Wow.
like, what he'll be able to do with whatever the talent that we get for this next season. Because,
And you add in Bryce's arm and footwork and technique once it's properly developed. We might just really have something here. I'm starting to like this hire a lot more now.
I'm very interested to see
I'm seeing the
what
vision, y'all. I'm seing the vision of what this offense might look like.
Damien says y'all basically got a cheat code head coach. Dang. A
Oh,
cheat code head coach.
interestingly put there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember those old cheat code books, with the Madden games. That
Yeah. And I
was funny.
mean, and with the passing game,
But
I mean, his top two receivers were both over 1,000 yards in the
yeah,
season, and
yeah,
just
yeah. It
and
seems to work.
yeah,
It worked in Tampa. It got him to the divisional round.
yep.
This is legitimate.
It's very intriguing. It's very intriguing.
I don't believe it. Imagine what this is going to look like after 3 years after you built it from scratch.
And just that last part, the future Hall of Famer talking about uh Mike Evans, the future Hall of Famer tweaked his game under Canales' instruction, using his eyes more to move defenders even in the middle of a route.
Huh.
So it's almost
That is
it's
next
almost
level right there.
borderline hot route.
It is, yeah. That's next level right there, man. Like that's taking your game to the next level and doing something that's never been attempted before.
But you know how much trust I would think you'd have to build with your receiving core?
Right. Right. You need to be on the same page with these guys completely. And right now Bryce doesn't have that with this wide receiver core
I'm
at
very
all.
curious to see how he works with Bryce and this
Yeah.
and this offense.
I I need some people in here that can develop players because otherwise this is not going to work. That's that's where my line of thinking would be.
And it's already been confirmed he's going to be the play caller.
Which okay, so if you were to bring in an offensive coordinator that would fit with that and not get in the way of Canales, but work with him instead and actually have somebody that's established in the league, who would you bring in?
Uh so this is the assumption that Thomas Brown is out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he needs to be. Fire Thomas Brown, please. He's hot garbage as far as play calling.
That's
As a
tough.
person, I'm sure he's very nice.
I'm trying to think
But that's
who
not what we're paying him for.
let me see. As a matter of fact, let me go to the coaching tracker just to see what other names were in that coaching tracker.
Yeah. We need a West Coast type guy. That's what we need in
Okay.
order to really fit with Canales. Yeah, it doesn't have to
How
stay West Coast,
how would
but
you feel about Todd Munkin? Ravens offensive coordinator.
I'm on board. The Ravens offensive coordinator had a lot of success in throughout this year, and it was evidenced when they went through Houston and just absolutely ran circles around that defense.
Yeah, but then again, trying to poach him is going to be a task.
Yeah, that's and Baltimore's not likely to lose until they get that trophy.
Yeah.
That's the thing. They're gonna be in the Super Bowl. I have that feeling they're gonna be in the Super Bowl. KC's just gonna come up just short. They're gonna play a heck of a game, but they're gonna come up just short this time.
Right, right.
Baltimore just looks hungry. They look like they're just competitive this year. They look like they want it. So the only way you're going to be able to poach people from a team like that is if they lose. So we're in a kind of a predicament here. Okay, what this
Uh-huh.
creates is a predicament. Now, if you want Munkin, then you're going to have the Baltimore Ravens lose in the AFC Championship. If you want the VP of operations, uh, uh what was his actual role? Timlin?
Whose role?
Timlin?
Uh VP, I believe.
Yeah. If you want Timlin, you're going to be wanting KC to lose in the AFC Championship. So this kind of creates kind of a dilemma, doesn't it? A little bit. If you
Right.
like both people, which one would help us the most?
Oh,
I vote Timlin.
I totally forgot. Kellen Moore, I know, is a name that's kind of bounced up quite a bit for offensive coordinator. I mean,
From the Chargers.
yeah.
I'd be interested.
I mean,
I'd be interested.
he's worked with Dak and he's
Yeah.
worked with Justin Herbert. So I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Kellen Moore might
Yeah.
he might be able to do a little something something,
Yeah.
little something something. You know, he's at least worked with some good quarterbacks.
The one the one coordinator that I can't figure out why he got fired was Fangio.
Oh,
Because if you go
Vic
back and you
Fangio.
look at the overall body of work of Fangio in in Miami,
Uh huh.
and let's discount like the Baltimore Ravens. You know there's the second Bills game. Let's discount those two. Look at his overall body of work. None of those offenses got past 30 points.
Right.
If you really look at the scoreboard, that's not bad. And one of those defensive unit games actually earned you a win over the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
So
Right.
for the life of me, he only spent 1 year in Miami, right? As
Uh,
defensive coordinator or more.
I thought it was two.
That's what I thought too. Was two.
Vic. Let me see. Vic Fangio. Or wait.
That
He was with. Oh no, it's just 1 year because I forgot. Before he
okay?
was
1 year.
with the
1 year.
Broncos as head coach. So yeah,
Ah,
1 year.
okay. So he was not ready for the head coaching role, clearly, because the Broncos sucked.
Yeah, he did not have a good head
let's
coaching role.
let's keep it a buck. The Broncos were awful under Fangio, but I mean, and the owner and Denver is impatient. So, because they expect results in Denver because it's the AFC West. You got to have results in that first year because you got to stay competitive with the Chargers, the Chiefs, and the Raiders. If you can't stay competitive in the West, you don't have a job.
But
Period.
but you know something? Looking at this article on Sportsnot, I gotta give it to you, bro. High candidate on the list, offensive coordinator, Ken Dorsey.
Yeah, and if you look at the body of work that he did with Buffalo, it was really, really fascinating.
It says, with Ken Dorsey as offensive coordinator, the Buffalo Bills have one of the best offenses in the NFL. While the Bills' ground game left something to be desired, Dorsey's offense with Josh Allen was one of the most explosive forces in the NFL, and firing Dorsey did little to change the Bills' offensive efficiency. Dorsey is a
You know
future head
why? You know why? You know why? Because Joe Brady, who was our former OC, is playing parrot. He's picking up right where Joe Brady left, where Ken Dorsey left off, and reading right out of that playbook and using it.
Fair point. Fair point.
Yeah, he had so much time over the year to learn that playbook and how Joe Brady was using it. He said, "Let me give this a try." When he got when Ken Dorsey got fired, and I said, "Why would you fire Ken Dorsey? If you're a Buffalo fan right now, you're going, make this make sense.
Yeah,
This makes zero sense." But another man's trash is another man's treasure.
true.
And as we all remember, he was Cam's quarterback coach
This is true.
in the Super Bowl
Yep.
in
Working
14
working
and 15.
alongside Mr.
If you want a feel good comeback story, plus the offense that Ken Dorsey brings, bring him in. He runs mostly an RPO, but he can run a West Coast if you ask him to. Ken Dorsey is adaptable.
You think him and Dave Canales can really work well
I think
together?
so. I think so. I think that'll be a happy marriage right there. They
Okay.
won't get in each other's way. They'll work together. And Ken Dorsey's adaptable. He'll listen. If you want something done, he'll listen to you, and he'll adapt to you. I've noticed that when I was watching Buffalo's offense, and I was like,
Hmm.
okay, okay, okay. He took Joe Brady's ideas and he kind of said, okay, let me tweak that a little bit. Let me make that work. And look at what happened. You know, because Joe Brady by himself could never be able to pull off what that playbook was. But put them together with Ken Dorsey, and it's like, okay, I see what you're building here with this 25% of your little playbook that you're building, Joe Brady. Let me use that. Let me add that to what I've already built in Carolina that I've already been loading up with when I've been
Hmm.
working with Cam Newton. Let me have some fun with this. And the numbers have definitely been the truth for Ken Dorsey and his resume. His body of work has definitely been his resume.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a good
I
point.
don't understand why this man has not been hired by somebody yet. Why have we not picked up the phone yet? That's what
Um,
baffles me. Tapper wants a feel good story. Here's a feel good story right here. Ken Dorsey, bring the bring the champion back home.
uh, Damien says Fangio was going to the Eagles. That's why he got fired. Plus, the defense didn't do much with the injury stacking
Mm,
up. They did have a top 10 defense, though.
they did.
They did have a top 10 defense. Damian. Right at number 10. They had a top 10 defense, so they weren't that bad.
I could see a small counter argument of look at the Dolphins' schedule.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good
That's
one.
a if people want to use that as a small counter argument, I'm on board with it.
And see, they got a higher ranking defense than the Lions, and the Lions are getting ready to play in the
Yeah,
NFC Championship.
yeah.
So
Um, but yeah, all of those defensive units that we've seen so far in the playoffs have been absolutely amazing. It's been fascinating to watch, especially Detroit's, because when you watch Detroit's, it's just like, whoa. Since when did y'all have a defense going into the playoffs? Because you watch
yeah,
that Detroit defense struggling going into the playoffs. It's like, well, there's some holes here, and then they started turning it on in the playoffs, and it's like, okay.
yeah, and they've been able to get some key stops and whatnot, where
They made
like
a believer out of me.
the game is on the line. That's for sure. I give them that.
Oh yeah,
Um, but
but
I'm
yeah,
liking the idea of Ken Dorsey Dave Canales relationship, man. That could work. That could probably work.
yeah, yeah. That would now be my second choice. Because I still want Slovic, but Ken Dorsey's my second choice, and now you convinced me of the Ravens
Oh,
offensive coordinator as
Todd
well.
Munkin.
Yeah, because of what we have discussed tonight. So he's now on my list. Um, I still would rather have Ken Dorsey, and it's tough to get somebody ahead of Ken Dorsey on my list. That's saying something because I love this dude. Love him. I was so excited to see what that offense was going to look like once he left Carolina. I was just, I was chomping at the bit to see what he would do. And I was rewarded. So that was awesome.
Damien says, I can't believe I have to trust Purdy this week. What's wrong with that? He's been playing
What's wrong with
awesome.
that? Yeah, yeah.
What's wrong with
Plus, you
that,
have
Damien?
CMC on that team. Let's
That
not
team is
forget about that
stacked.
and Steve Wilkes. So you're not just trusting Purdy.
I mean,
Don't forget, there's 52 other people on that team.
they got the home field. They the number one seed. What more do you want? Shoot, they got a good chance.
By using the other 52 players as well. So there you go. It's not just Purdy. It's not just the quarterback. There's 52 other players.
And don't get me wrong, we all definitely believe the Lions are the underdog in that game. For sure. They're definitely the
Oh yeah.
underdog.
Oh yeah.
I'm just not going to take them lightly.
Yeah, respect to Detroit for getting as far as they did, but this is going to be the end of the line. San Fran is just playing lights out football right now.
Yeah.
I don't think you're getting past them. It's like a brick wall right now. It really is. Do you have a bulldozer, Detroit? Because you're going to need one. That defense looks real good. And from what I saw in that Green Bay game, I'm absolutely convinced.
Damien says Purdy wasn't looking good against the Packers last week, and they had a bye week the week before. Dude, you're
Oh
talking
no. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
you're talking about one game, bro. Look at what he's
Let's
done all
not do that.
season.
San Fran's defense was spectacular in that second half.
Damien, you
If you were
can't.
watching it,
Of course, a quarterback's going to have a bad game, bro. It happens. But look at his production all season and even going into the postseason. I mean, sure they had a bye week.
that
That's
defense
the
forced
benefit
him
of
to have
having
a
the
bad
first.
game.
Of course they had a bye week, Damien. That's the benefit of being the number one seed. The Ravens had a bye week, and look at what they did. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Nah, man. That defense forced him to have a bad game. Because if you consider like how well he was doing up until that point, that was meeting a brick wall right there. That's what he ran into. And there's just no way you're getting through that thing without
Come,
a bulldozer.
come on now. That dude has become an elite quarterback in his
Yeah.
second
Yeah.
year, being a seventh round pick.
You want
Put
him to have a
put some
bad
respect
game, you
on
gotta
Brock
force
Purdy's
him to have
name.
a bad game. You gotta
Shoot.
force him to have a bad game.
You better put some respect on Brock Purdy's name, Damian.
Facts. Facts.
Second year in the league, a seventh round draft pick, and he's playing in the NFC
Green Bay's defense was
Championship.
playing really
Shoot.
well too.
You better put some respect on that man.
Both of those defenses were playing exceptionally well in that second half. I was very, very impressed. Because otherwise that score would be up in the 30s. And you all know it. If you were watching the
Shoot.
same game I was, both those defenses forced the other quarterbacks that on the other side to have a bad game in the second half.
Yeah.
There wasn't no luck about it.
Shoot.
No, that was forced.
Shoot. Brock threw 4 picks in that Ravens game and lost, but yet what happened? Came back and he's playing in the NFC Championship.
Yeah.
Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah. There was pressure on both of them. They brought some serious heat.
Yeah. That they did. That they did.
Yep. All right, so
Um
back to our original point, which was, if you want Tillis, you want the Baltimore Ravens to win that AFC Championship. If you want that Baltimore uh, head coach, then you better hope KC wins.
mhm.
Because one of them's going to drop. And when that happens, they start unloading their coaching staff. Now, the question is, will KC unload Tillis? I don't think so. There's more of a chance of the Ravens unloading their offensive coordinator than Tillis leaving KC.
Interesting.
Much, much bigger chance because this dude works directly under the GM.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point.
So he's not going anywhere. He's been there for 14 years. He's not going anywhere.
Uh-oh. Debo Samuel returns to practice. Uh-oh.
Whoa. Whoa. Detroit, you are screwed now. That's all I got to say. They did all that damage against Green Bay without Debo. Imagine once they get him back.
Okay, Damien, stop, dude. Stop, because you're just making excuses. Put some respect on Brock Purdy's name. Second year in the league. Dude,
How do you think he got so far
dude, it's a
in the
it's a
playoffs?
team sport anyway, bro. It's a team sport. Yes, you put
It's not
respect.
just the quarterback, man.
Yes.
There's
Yes, you
30
put yes, you
there's
put
52 other players on this team.
exactly. Yes, you put respect on Brandon Ayuk. Yes, you put respect on Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Debo Samuel. Of course, it's a team sport, bro. Yes, you put respect on Kyle
Do you think this
Shanahan.
is a
It's a
skills
team
competition like
sport.
it is in the Pro Bowl?
Like,
Come on,
come on,
man.
dude. How you gonna leave Brock Purdy on there? Well, you when you have a decent something, yeah, and it's a team sport for a
And
reason.
exactly.
Like, come on, dude. Like
The quarterback relies on the
you're
wide
making
receivers.
excuses for a
He
guy.
relies on the offensive line to protect him. He relies on his running back to get him the first downs that he
Yeah.
gets.
It's like, dude, you're making excuses for somebody because they had a bad game or not a game that they normally have. Bro, that happens sometimes. This
Yep.
is the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be on point all the time. But you
Right.
look at what this dude has been able to do, there's a reason why he's in the MVP running. Come on, dude.
Exactly.
Put some respect on his name. I
Facts.
understand. I understand that he's not your quarterback or he's not on your team, but come on, dude, give credit where credit's due. And along with all
Facts.
those players that you named, he deserves to be on that list, don't you think?
Facts.
I mean, come on, 4,280 yards, 31 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, only sacked 28 times, a rating of 113. Come on, dude, an almost
There's a
70%
reason for
completion
those things.
percentage. Come on now.
There are reasons for those things. They're called offensive linemen. They're called wide receivers.
Like, we got to stop letting fandom get into some of our decision making sometimes.
For real, though.
Like,
I don't understand this whole viewpoint of, oh, it's just the quarterback comparisons. No, it's not just the quarterback comparisons. That's only part of the equation.
shoot, I wish I had a Brock Purdy.
That's
Are
a
you
very
kidding me?
small part of the equation. What are we doing? Skills competitions of the Pro Bowl here? What is this, flag football? Come on, bro.
Man, Damian,
We're doing a
if
neighborhood
Brock
pick me up game.
Damian, if Brock Purdy wanted to come to Chicago, you would be kissing Justin Fields' butt goodbye. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me
Facts.
I'm wrong.
Facts. Facts.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Facts.
Tell me I'm wrong.
That's big facts.
Shoot. Let Brock Purdy show interest in Carolina. I'd be like, I love you, Bryce. Sorry. Come on over, Brock.
Yep. Come on, Brock. Come on, Brock.
Shoot. Second year in
Welcome,
the league, and he.
welcome home.
Shoot.
I'll be there to give him a big hug and a handshake myself. Come on.
Man, Damian, if Brock wanted to come to the Bears, you would give Justin Fields the big old boot to the bum. You know it.
Oh, yeah. In a freaking heartbeat.
Damian says,
Justin
heck
Fields
no.
would
You
be
are
gone.
lying. You're no, you capping. You're straight capping. No way. No way. No way. You're not fooling anybody, Damian. You mean to tell me you would turn that away and keep Justin Fields? You're capping. You're capping. You're capping. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Oh, Damien,
Ain't
what are you doing?
no
What are
way.
you doing?
If
What are you
that
doing?
if that man opened his arms up, I want to
There's
play for the
no way,
Chicago
bro.
Bears, you would be like, bye-bye
There's
Justin
no
Fields.
way.
Stop. Stop, Damian. Come on now. Come on now. I love you, but come on now.
You got to stop treating Justin Fields like a golden calf right now.
Uh,
Come on,
uh,
man.
always glad to have you on here, but come on now.
You got to stop doing that.
Come on now.
Justin Fields is not the next thing since sliced bread. I'm sorry, he's not. Much love to you, Damien. Much
Come
love to you, buddy. But no. Sorry. Oh my
Damian
gosh.
says, I wouldn't because the Bears don't have an O-line to protect him in the pocket, and Purdy isn't as mobile as.
Oh, now the O line matters. No, the O line matters. After you just had
Really, dude?
that.
You're really, dude. That's why you work to. That's why they work to fix the
Now we're
O-line,
having
dude.
conversations about the O line, huh?
Like, you mean to tell me? See,
Oh my god.
I think that the issue is Damian, which I give you. If that's how you feel that you're sold on Justin Fields, so be
Yeah.
it. But you
Yeah.
mean to tell
Yeah.
me if Brock
Fair.
Purdy wanted to jump ship to Chicago,
Bro.
a proven
I'd be
quarterback,
all over that in 0.5 seconds, bro.
and you would still be like, nah,
Give me Brock.
we'll just stick with Justin Fields, who has not proven himself.
Give me Brock, bro.
He's done a little bit of something, something, but there's reasons why they're talking about moving on from Justin Fields. And if you had the opportunity to get a proven
Why it
and
took
only
this
his
long, I
second
don't know.
year. Second year, quicker than Justin Fields. His second year. Okay, if you go right on ahead, go right on ahead. Okay, okay, okay,
Stay in your box, buddy.
okay.
Stay in your
I'm a,
tunnel
I'm a,
vision.
I'm a, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna
Stay
leave
in
it
your
alone.
tunnel vision, Dan.
I'm gonna leave it alone.
It must
I'm
be
gonna leave it alone.
comfortable in there. Get you
That's
some nice pillows and some blankets in there, man. Stay warm in your little tunnel vision.
that's like saying, we have Chuba Hubbard and Derrick Henry wanted to come over here. I'd be like,
My God, yes,
shoot,
yes,
yes, please.
yes, please.
Derrick Henry's like, I want to take my talents to the Carolinas. I'd be like, yes, please,
Yes,
yes,
please.
please.
Yes, please.
Shoot,
Come on in. Come on in. Here's the key. Here's the key to your brand new house in Charlotte. Here's a
shoot.
Lamborghini.
All of a sudden, Justin Herbert
Let's
or
get him all that stuff, man.
all of a sudden out of nowhere
Oh,
contracts are over. Justin Herbert or Trevor Lawrence. You know what? I think I want to take my talents to the Carolinas. Yes, please.
yes,
Yes,
yes.
please.
Come on, come on, come on.
Shoot.
Oh my goodness, what does this chat turn into?
Damien says, you do realize the Bears have a bad history of developing quarterbacks, but you would be getting
No,
an already
we.
developed quarterback in Brock,
Now,
though,
where does that
bro.
sound familiar?
That's the point. You would be getting
Where
an
does that
already
sound familiar, sir?
you would get an already developed quarterback in Brock, bro. That's the point.
Yep. Although he might regress a little bit with this staff as it currently is, but yes,
I
that's
mean,
why you got to clean out
the
the
thing
cupboards.
is, bro, you say that all these bad things or whatnot, but the fact of the matter is, if y'all's team doesn't upgrade your talent, like across the board in general, y'all ain't gonna
Yep.
go anywhere or start to go anywhere.
Yep.
So y'all better take what y'all
Y'all need
can
to clean
get.
out the cupboards too in Chicago.
Y'all better start taking what y'all can get that's great when it's available, or else y'all
Time to
gonna
start
end up having the
resetting that
same
knowledge
issue
in
as us.
Chicago. I've been saying it for years. Chicago management is awful. It's been awful. You need to clean out that house, man. They're making stupid decisions up there.
I mean, bad history of developing quarterbacks, but what
Their
about the
GM is
idea?
nuts,
But what
though.
about the idea of getting an already developed
That man's
quarterback
smart.
to your team? That's the whole point, bro. That's
He
the whole
fooled
point.
us.
Especially a guy that, has been this successful in his
Yeah.
second year. I mean, shoot, look at what happened the year Joe Burrow had a fresh season after coming back from injury. Because remember, he got injured in his rookie year.
No, snap.
And
Here we
look at
go.
look at what Joe Burrow did.
Here we
Shoot.
go.
He didn't even have a legit rookie year.
Facts. Y'all cheesing now, man. Y'all cheesing. Listen to this. Come on now. Come on, Damien.
But I will say this: if he doesn't
Love you,
have
buddy, but
if he doesn't
nah.
have faith in his team and his organization, then he's being real. I mean, he's being
Yeah.
real and he's
Yeah.
being honest. And if that's
Yeah.
credit to you for expressing that.
Yeah. And recognizing it.
But I mean,
Most
just
importantly, because some of these Bears fans up there are delusional still and got the tunnel vision on.
my thing
Just
is
like our
y'all
Panthers
gotta
fans are.
y'all gotta start somewhere.
Yep.
Just
Yep. They need to clean out the cupboards too, man. Just like we do.
ooh,
The
here's
only
a
person that does it is that GM.
Here's an interesting tweet I came across from Panthers Culture. Says,
Okay.
now that they've taken this approach of hiring Dave Canales, you have to give him whatever it takes to build an offense 100% in his vision, what he always dreamed of operating. Dan Morgan needs to spend and trade for whatever assets it takes to protect his quarterback and give his quarterback and head coach all the playmakers they need to succeed. That's why you have alignment.
I didn't forget about the
Execute
chat, bro.
now.
I just haven't been able to read it, Marcos, because I couldn't get a word in with the chat so far. I haven't been able to keep
Oh,
up.
actually, go ahead.
Good though.
Yeah, you go ahead, and I just had to read that,
It's
but
just been a wild night. Just like everybody's, both our chats are just like crazy right now. Facebook's the only thing that's dead right now, thankfully,
yeah, I'll
because that's the one that disappears off the radar,
I'll
and then
let
I'll never see those comments again.
I'll let you go in. Go ahead. I'll
Yeah.
let you go in.
So those comments always go first. So, um, let's see.
Yeah, go for it.
So
Let's
the
go to my
6 years
payroll.
for Canales.
Yes.
Uh, Tepper pulled out the purse. The real Sunshine says, "Yes, he did. Indeed, he did." Did the details come out of how much that was?
Not yet, but that is just six
Okay.
years.
Okay. Marcos Cash asks, "How y'all feel about trading back and drafting Devontae Sweat? 6'4", 362 defensive lineman from Texas. The man will clog the middle of the line. Trevonde Sweat. Are you familiar with that name, Blitz, or because I haven't studied any of these guys yet.
What's his name?
I usually start getting into these guys at the beginning of March.
What's his name?
Trevondre Sweat,
Oh, defensive
defensive
lineman
lineman.
out of Texas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
6'4", 362.
Correct.
45 tackles, 2 sacks, 4 passes deflected. Oh, he likes to get his hands up. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Um, Let me see here. You know what? Let me click on him and
Trading. We do need a defensive lineman. What's he officially listed as, position
uh
wise?
let's find out.
That's what I want to know.
Um, let's see. Here, let's do a search here. Defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle. Okay, so we need somebody opposite Derek Brown because everybody just keeps doubling up Derek Brown and keeping him out of the backfield, even though he
Um,
keeps beating him anyway. So we need another one.
he has 4 career sacks, 15 tackles for loss. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay. He likes to get into the backfield.
So
Okay.
so where is this guy supposed to be uh hitting at? What round?
According to Tankathon, looks like round two. About the 49th pick.
I'll say third round. I don't see him. I see him lasting a little longer than that. Defensive tackles last in the last 2 years kind of lasted a little longer. That were uh sitting there at the middle of the second round. It all depends on the trends of what teams need and what they draft positionally. So
Mm-hmm.
he could end up going into the third, early third is my guess.
Okay.
But who knows? Could be middle third.
Let's see.
All
So
depends
they
on the trend.
actually have Carolina going Chris Braswell with that pick, the edge rusher out of Alabama.
Interesting. Um, that's second round, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh,
I oh boy.
so he's edge slash outside
Okay.
linebacker, but
Okay, here's my thought on this. We can draft a defensive end in the fourth or fifth round to match Brian Burns and still get enough talent out of that defensive end to take the heat off of Brian Burns if we were to keep him somehow miraculously.
mm,
Now the problem is we're gonna have some bad defensive ends next year, regardless.
mm,
They're gonna be average or below. YGM is showing a little bit of promise. Haynes is showing a little bit of promise, but beyond that, we got nothing.
oh, he had 8
Uh,
sacks this season.
and
Mm,
I know this is not going to be the popular opinion, but we need to go offensive lineman first. First pick we get, which is second round.
it's very possible that that could happen. It's
If
very
we don't
possible.
get an offensive lineman in the second round, they'll all be gone. They will all be gone. I promise.
You think a
There's
good
a
amount
lot of
might
teams that need offensive linemen.
you think a good amount might be gone in that first round, or probably mainly it might mainly be
I'd
receivers.
say roughly half. That's been the trend the last few years.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good point.
We could still pick up one of the last remaining like A minus guys, most likely.
Right.
If we pick it at 33, I could see that happening. Um, but we've got to be very, very careful who we pick because it's got to fit this system
Hmm.
that Canales is building. If we pick the
Uh,
wrong one again, we're just falling into the trend again.
Damien says with the last name Sweat, I wonder if he has any relations to Montez Sweat. Don't know.
Good
I didn't.
question.
I didn't see anything in his bio, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna assume no, but I don't know for
right,
sure.
right.
And Joe Valesco, he's taken the Lions to win.
That's interesting. Okay, let's see how that works out for you.
Yeah,
I respect it. I respect it. You know, it takes some guts. I respect it. Good luck
indeed.
to you. Hope
Uh,
that works out.
did you have some more comments?
Oh yeah, I've got a bunch.
Yeah, yeah, keep going.
this is gonna take a few minutes.
Okay.
Broski Bears as interim head coach, not included. Do you think the Blacks are mad? The Panthers' most recent head coaches have been Mexican, white, and Mexican. Are we really bringing race into this, dude? Broski, you're better than this.
I mean,
You're
I didn't
better than
I
this.
didn't really
What did
think.
I say earlier? I don't care if this dude is black, white, Mexican, or Chinese, as long as he gets the wins and gets the job done.
Yeah, that's really all I care about.
Period. I don't care. He could be a purple alien as far as I'm concerned, as long as he gets the wins.
Yeah.
That's what matters. Are you qualified and can you get the wins?
Yep.
Shame on you for bringing that up. This is not the place to do that. You want to bring up race and stuff like that? Go over to Big Cat's channel. He'll be glad to host those conversations with you.
Uh-oh.
That's what he does over there. Unk does the same thing. They'll be glad to talk about that stuff over there. But we don't do that here. All right, Marcos Cash says coaching salary doesn't count against salary cap. Comes out of Tap's own pockets, not the Panthers. So who cares? Ooh. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Tepper is just wasting our money, man. He's wasting our money. He's wasting our net worth as a team. He's already wasted a tenth of it already. And he's taking that money out of your pockets. Charlotte taxpayers, keep that in mind. Food for thought. All right. So, Broski says a 6-year deal for a glorified quarterback coach to be your head coach. That's some 5-star dummy stuff. Whoa, whoa,
He
whoa.
was an offensive coordinator.
Glorified quarterback coach? Excuse me, Broski? No. Go look at his body of work in Tampa. Why do you think the Buccaneers are in the playoffs right now?
Well, yeah.
How do you think they got as far as they did? You think Baker could do that by himself with an average offensive coordinator? No. No, 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 no. No, I'm sorry, no. Um, David Screws says it says Morgan and Canales will report directly to Tepper. Oh my God, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about how I feel about it too. I don't like that either.
But hopefully the salary cap contract dude can be the buffer, or say kind of
Yeah,
sort of the
yeah.
middleman or
I,
whatnot.
I'm gonna need somebody to be a buffer here. This is not. That's not gonna work for me.
Yeah. So hopefully that's
Uh,
still in the plans.
reported by David Newton on that. By the way,
Okay. Um, Damien says, speaking of Super Bowl, say if the Ravens and Niners go to Super Bowl, would y'all say it is rigged with the Super Bowl logo colors and the guy with the announcement on his TV?
nah,
No,
nah.
no, no, not really.
That's a fluke. That's
Uh,
a fluke.
sounds more
They change
superstition
those.
than
No,
anything
they
else.
change those colors up every year though.
Yeah, sounds like a superstition type of thing. But anyway,
Yeah, yeah.
continue.
David Screw says I hate Tepper. You and every Panthers fan out in existence right now. Honestly, I don't think there's even one that doesn't right now. I mean, I just hate to say it, but it's true.
Hmm.
Change your ways, Tepper.
Need to.
Then people will stop hating you. Get a clue. Yep. Broski Bear says Panthers going to be the first team in the league to be playing 3 head coaches at the same time. Law, 2 former and 1 current. Stop it, Broski. Stop it, Bros. Now wait a minute. You just called this dude a glorified quarterback coach. Now you trying to walk that one back? Nah, nah. I just caught you in. I just caught you in a lie, bro. I just caught you in a lie. Which one is it?
Mm-mm.
You can't do that here. You know I'm gonna call you out on it every time, bro.
Joe
That's some hypocrisy right there.
Joe Valesco says, "Do you think Dave Canales will bring like another veteran quarterback like a Russell Wilson?"
Ooh, it's possible.
I mean, it's not
Possible.
impossible. I mean, maybe.
It's possible, but it's not going to happen this year.
Yeah,
Maybe in 2024 to 2025 off season, 2025 to 2026 off season, maybe. I can see that happening, but
perhaps.
not right now. No,
But,
not this year.
but
We
continue.
don't have the money for that, even with restructuring.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We wouldn't even be able to afford Mike Evans at this point. So no. Tepper's an idiot. I really believe in Canellis. Don't fire him year one. You're costing the franchise money. Exactly.
There you go.
Mr. Tepper, take a hint. That's exactly why I said that sentence first. That's why I opened this entire stream with that. Take a take a hint. 2024 schedule is going to be a disaster, regardless of what our team looks like. So don't meddle with the GM and the coach. Let things work. Stop this nonsense. Exactly. Well said. Trying to keep you updated. It's all cleat in Super Bowl 50. Keep that in mind. Oh God. Here we go. You would bring up Cleet Blakeman right now.
Oh, is he coaching or not coaching, refing the?
He's going to be refing the Detroit game.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. And he's got some history against Detroit too. David did a little bit of digging on this dude, man.
Oh,
It got
yeah.
real interesting. So yeah, Detroit, watch out. That's all I'm gonna say. He
Indeed.
definitely had some dirt on us, and he was a Denver Broncos fan during Super Bowl 50. That was proven. So, oof. But the NFL letting this man ref that game. Big oof. Uh, Marcos Cash says, "Yo, go check out Kurt Warner's Detroit Tampa Bay all 22 breakdown. If you haven't already, it's really good insight. How Canales put together a great game plan to take down the Lions. This is true. This is very true.
Damien, you just had to mention his name. You just had to mention Vince McMahon. Bro, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. I don't even know why. I don't even know why you mentioned that name for Damien. Not a good time. Not a good time. Not a good time. Mm-mm.
Vince McMahon is still around. That old goat is still around. Wow.
Yeah.
That's been forever ago since I've been watching wrestling. And that dude's still around. Jeez.
Yeah.
Never liked him then, and I still don't like him now.
Yeah, well, now
Anyway.
there's even more reason to not like him.
Oh, God.
Yeah, let's just say he's in some real deep, deep, deep trouble. Because, like I said,
Um,
I don't want to get flagged, but he's in some deep, deep, deep trouble. I'll leave it at that.
all right. Message it to me later.
Sure, sure, I can do that.
Yeah, I'd like to know what's going on there later on. That would be interesting to me. All right. I'm digging Canales, just not Tepper. Yeah, facts. Marcos Cash says, Brad Isnick, wide receiver coach from Buccaneers, most likely our next offensive coordinator. Canales, close friend. And again, I've already said, stop hiring best friends. Stop hiring best friends. Talk about my best friend. Stop that. Stop that. This is not an episode of Barney. Stop it. This is not Sesame Street. Okay? We're trying to create an actual offense here.
da-
you know?
Damien, I accept your apology, but yeah, you could have resisted because that wasn't even the topic, bro.
Yeah,
That's a more serious topic. But like I said, I accept your apology, but you could have resisted because that's not even the topic of this live stream. So you could have resisted,
right.
but it's
Save
okay.
that for the WW uh for the wrestling live streams.
It's okay. Like I said, I accept the apology, but not cool. Not cool.
Yeah. Save that for the wrestling live streams over on Blitz's channel, man. Uh
And I
let's
I I messaged you, Corey. Just if you wanted to take a look at it, yeah, I messaged you.
sure, sure, sure. Uh excuse me, I'm just always tired.
Nah, you good. You good.
I've had a crazy busy day. My phone was just going off the hook with people just messaging me about this head coaching hire. So it's been chaos. David Screw says, "Yeah, I read that. Thanks, Marcos. Already knew that. I'm already liking Canales." Marcos Cash says we need to draft Cedric Van Bran, center from Georgia, around the third or fourth. Bro, we don't need another center. We have Bozeman. He can adapt to any offense you want. Just because he's having a bad year this year doesn't mean he can't adapt to whatever you want him to adapt to, and he might have a good year next year. One bad year does not make Bozeman a bad player. I want to make sure that that is well established and known. Like, y'all need to stop this. Like, you're going to fault Miles Sanders for having a bad year. Okay, great. Great. So he's apparently a horrible player now just because he has one bad season. And I want to remind you again, who is developing this talent? Who is developing this talent? You know who it is. I pointed it out to y'all. So no, we don't need another center. What we need is a left tackle or a left guard.
He said his name was Cedric Van Pran.
Yep. Center
Not.
from Georgia. All right, next comment. I'm not even entertaining a center, man. No, center's not what we need. David Screw says, "Here's a good question: is the 6-year contract a prove-it deal with incentives?" Ooh, good question.
That's a
Is it?
that's a pretty big prove it. That's a
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because he did the same thing with Matt Rule, and it was kind of like, oh, I'm locked in. That's how much commitment I have for my coaches.
yeah.
It's like, stop it, Mr. Tepper, stop it. This is why we fired the guy that was handling the contracts in the first place.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 get a clue.
And it's like I said, my whole thing was,
This is why we're interested in Tillis.
my whole thing was, Matt Rule, 7-year deal. He got let go in the middle of year number 3. Frank Reich, I mean, I don't know how many years his was. He got fired during the first year. It's like you don't want it to become a trend.
Right.
That's my whole thing.
Yep.
I mean, folks say,
Incentives with that contract, though.
yeah, you
Yeah,
know,
that's what I'm questioning.
it's
I don't know enough about contracts, and I'll take this moment to say if anybody knows anything about contracts and they feel like they really know their stuff about contracts, we will plan a stream just so you can come on and teach us
yeah,
because everybody could benefit from that knowledge. We can all learn something, and I
right.
would really like that. And we'll take that time. We'll schedule it just for you. You know,
Yeah, absolutely.
I encourage people to come forward that know this stuff because this is an area that's a deep dark rabbit hole even I won't touch. So, um, David Screw says, if I'm giving you a contract that big, I'm doing incentives. Facts, facts, big facts. You got a
I can
point.
be down with that.
Yeah,
Get some
I don't want my
incentives.
contract that big anyway.
Can coaching contracts have incentives? They can have incentives, right?
I would think so. I would think so. I don't know for 100% sure on that. I don't know how that works. So again, not my area,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
not my rabbit
fair
hole.
enough.
So anything to do with contracts and all these bonuses and all that stuff, I have no idea. Not my area. I don't dive into that. All I focus on is how much that damage that does to the sour cap, or
Yeah,
doesn't do.
which is understandable. Totally understandable.
That's what I'm focused on because that's what's going to impact how our roster is built. Um, David Screw says, "Here's the thing: a team can turn around and get that right coach. Anything is possible any given Sunday." My motto. True, but
Hmm.
this team is not turning around in one year.
Yeah, it's
No,
gonna
this is
take
going to
some
take two
work.
or three.
It's gonna take some work.
This is going to take two or three. I hate to tell you all that, but it is. We're gonna go through some losing games in order to get there. It's gonna be painful,
And just like it was mentioned before, the schedule. I
but
mean,
be patient.
we don't know the order of the games, but we at
Right.
least know who we're playing against next season, and it's
That's all I
rough.
need to see.
It's rough.
That's all I need to see right there. And let's not forget that KC game is in Germany.
Oh, that's
That's
the game
essentially another road game for us.
that's gonna be.
Yep. That's essentially another road game for us, as far as I'm concerned, because we're traveling overseas.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
So that's not really a home game. That's the game that's gonna be in.
Yep.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
man.
What they're gonna see is a blowout, and
Oh
that's a
man.
doggone shame. That's not gonna help. That's not gonna help boost ticket sales over there in Germany. I'm sorry to tell y'all, NFL. You chose the wrong matchup. That's basically like putting the number two team in the whole NFL versus the dead last team. What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah. And then you look at this, you look at these teams.
If you want to represent the NFL well in Europe, you want actual teams that will compete with each other, not
cause
blowouts.
yeah, cause you look at
That's
what's
boring, and no one's going to be interested in that. They're going to be more focused on uh, European football.
yeah, cause when you look at this, we split with the Falcons, swept by the Saints, swept by the Bucks, who made the playoffs. We got to
Mm.
we got to play Dallas, who made the playoffs, Philly, who made the playoffs,
Uh.
the Giants, who have beaten us the last two or three meetings,
Ooh.
the Commanders. I think the Commanders beat us last time we played them. I
Mm.
think.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas City. That's obvious. Playoff team.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, Broncos. I mean, I don't even remember the last
Broncos
time
are
we
the Broncos.
beat
Let's
the
be real.
Broncos.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's a win.
the
Arizona is
Chargers.
Arizona.
The Chargers. Even though the last time we played the Chargers, we beat.
Well,
But
they just signed Harbaugh.
yeah. So,
Give him a year. Give him a year. Give him an off season. Harbaugh will
yeah.
get that team together. They've already
Uh,
got some pieces still over there.
and
That's an L.
the Raiders, which they just got Antonio Pierce as their head coach, and the Raiders,
And
we
the
haven't beaten
Raiders have been a very streaky team.
we haven't beaten the Raiders in the last two meetings that we faced
Yeah,
them.
they'll still be streaky enough to beat us.
Arizona, we might could take Arizona.
Arizona is Arizona. Come on, we got Arizona.
Yeah, we could at
That's
least
gonna
beat
be
them.
yeah.
Chicago, they beat us last time, so
We better beat the Bears.
we just got to get revenge.
We better beat the Bears. I am so tired of the Chicago Bears taking advantage of us and being made fun of by Bears fans.
And then the Cincinnati Bengals, which they uppercutted our heads
Sick
off
of it.
the last time we played them.
Oh my god, yeah.
So,
And
dude,
Cincinnati's been all over the place. They've been all over the map last year.
and then we got to remember, Falcons are going into this next season with Raheem Morris as their head coach.
Ugh.
I
Ugh.
mean, to be honest
At
with
least
you,
it's not Belichick.
yeah, true.
I'll
So,
take that.
as of right now, which I'm sure this could change. Like I said, we have to see what kind of talent we get added to this team, and the talent that we lose.
I see 3 or 4 wins.
But
That's where I'm at.
looking at this right now, maybe we have win over the Cardinals, hopefully a win over the Bears.
3 or 4.
We might split with the Falcons again, and maybe
We could get lucky.
we might get lucky and beat the Commanders.
Mm, mm, not if Eric Bieniemy gets the head coaching job.
Oh, oh yeah, there is that. Okay, maybe a split with the Saints then. So I think probably on the best day, maybe 5 wins.
We'd be better off getting our split against the Buccaneers since they won't have Canales anymore.
Oh yeah, fair point. And we did almost beat
And
them
the
one of
Saints
those
won't be
two
losing
games.
anything; they'll just be building.
Yeah. So maybe 4 to 5 at best.
Another interesting point when it comes to the Saints is somehow these guys are always in the red every single year in salary cap, yet they somehow manage to get their guys.
Yeah, I'm not
How?
sure how they've been able
How?
to.
That GM is a freaking magician. I
Yeah.
don't know how you managed to. There's no way. I watch this every year and I'm just like, there is no freaking way. How is this dude doing this?
Yeah, I don't get it either, to be
That's
honest
got to be
with
the
you.
second best GM in the league right now because there's no way you pull that off without being an absolute brilliant strategist. And the first one is obviously the Chiefs GM because 6 out of the 7 years that this man has been GM, the Chiefs have been in the AFC Championship. So I mean that's not a fluke. That's not a coincidence. This dude knows what he's doing. He's reloading these guys just like New England was. You got to be very, very intelligent to be able to pull that off. Okay, where were we? Uh,
You still got comments, right?
oh yeah, still got
Yeah, keep
them.
going.
They went nuts today. I love it though. I love it. I love chat interaction. Please do.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't care how much it is. I don't care how many I got to go through. I'll read them all because I care about you all that much. Let's see. Marcos Cash says Bozeman allowed the most or second most sacks this season, and Austin Corbett knee is ground beef when not being the same, maybe retirement. Now hold up. No, 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 no. Let's not even play that game. No, that was icky. That does not pass the eye test, sir. It was icky. Go back and watch the tape because I've been watching all these games with y'all.
Wait, Corbett retiring at 28? That's kind
Nah,
of
nah,
kind of
he's not
early.
gonna retire at 28. He's had
That's
injuries, but nah, I don't see it. He's still got a few years left in him.
well, shoot. If that's
Some
the
of these
case,
guys
then
last
J.C.
to
Horn might
about
as well
early
retire then.
30s before they retire. If they're that good, they've got a ring.
Well, shoot. If that's the case, then J.C. Horn might as well retire then. Like, dang.
Oh shoot, he went there. He went there, y'all.
I mean, if we're going by
He
that
went
logic,
there.
I mean,
I like it. I like that. Uh but yeah, let's not even hold that. Let's not even go there, man. That was icky. That was Icky and Taylor Moton, and y'all know it. Go back and watch the tapes. The amount of times I pointed out Icky and Taylor Moton this year is astronomical for giving up these sacks, man. And that's not even the Bryce sacks that he did to himself. Now Bozeman is responsible for a few of them, yes. I'll give you that. But is he responsible for the most or second most? No. No, I'm sorry, no. Look at where that pressure kept coming from. Kept coming from the left side, didn't it? Gee, I wonder why. Everybody decided they wanted to put their best player over there on Icky because they knew they were going to win. Even just the most average guys, they knew they were going to win. because he was having a trash year. I didn't say the player was trash. I said he had a trash year. Don't take that out of context, y'all. Because
Hmm.
I know somebody's going to try to do it.
Oh snap!
All right, so Lock Poppy says it's the new era of the NFL. You can turn around a team in 1 year. Look at what the Texans did. But can we do it? No,
Yeah, that's
I
that's
don't see.
really. Can we do
Not with our
it?
cap. Not with our cap space where it is right now. Unless we did what we did last year with all those restructures, which was like God knows how many restructures. How many did we go through? It was
There was
like
at
4 or
least
5.
four, at least four, maybe
God, man,
five,
that was nuts.
because
I don't see it happening again.
it was definitely a handful.
You got Taylor Moton's contract that's sitting in there in the high 20s, but everybody else is in the teens. So I don't know where you expect to get that money from restructured, but definitely from Taylor's. But everybody else, I don't know. Like Poppy, you read my mind. It's not impossible. I've seen teams do it. Yeah, but they have more money than we do. They have more resources than we do. They've got more talent than we do. Read in between the lines, people. Pay attention. David Screw says, "Oh no, my key card doesn't work. Fix it." Ben McAdoo. Ben McAdoo.
Nice.
I like that one. That was good. Uh, Marcos Cash says, "What are we talking about?" I just came back. That's mind blowing. Wow. Uh, Marco says, I did not like Bryce this season, but he's here to stay, and maybe just maybe a Canales can unlock Bryce. And finally, somebody in this chat, understands that there is more to Bryce than
Yes.
what half this fan base thinks there is, which is
Yes.
nothing. And I'm glad both of our fan bases understand this, because now we can start to really have real conversations about Bryce instead of just being narrow minded and dog minded, about this.
Yes.
So I appreciate that. And I respect all of you for being willing to be open minded and listening. David Screw says, I like Bryce, just hated the coaching and development of him. It's not fair to Bryce. Exactly. Thank you. Hitting the nail on the head right there. Ding 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 ding.
A
Give this
point
man a
well
prize. He's
made.
figured it out.
A point well made.
David Screw says, Vanilla offense pissed me off. Not to mention the horrible O line. The coach cares, I believe it. Yep.
Yeah, that struggling
Did
O
you notice
line.
the first thing that man said in that interview? He was praising every member of that offensive line.
Oh, with Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was praising every member of that offensive line individually.
Oh yeah.
I was like, whoa. Now, what coach speaks like that? How many coaches do you know that would actually do that?
Mm.
I haven't found any. Not even Andy Reid. Shocking. They all address him as one whole unit. But no, this man addresses each and every one of them in their own individual spots and and praises them. And I'm like, wow. I mean, I did not expect that. That shows me that he cares intimately about the people that he has put into that offense.
Yeah.
He really does want this to succeed. He really does want to get the most out of these players. That's what that tells me. So I'm happy that we finally have a head coach that understands this. Now, what if he does that with an entire 53-man roster? expand on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Then you start to see why we chose this man as our head coach. I can never say his name right. Canales.
Canales. Yeah,
I'm always gonna have
it's a
trouble
tough
with
one.
that. Y'all know my history. Don't hold it against me, please.
Nah, you good. You good.
I love y'all. I love y'all. If I ever mispronounce a name, I apologize ahead of time. That's just how I am.
Yeah, you good.
ADD is a pain in the rear. uh, David Screw says, 6-year contract. I don't believe in for a brand new coach, but in history in the past with Pete Carroll and his offense genius mind, it gets me excited. Yes, I agree. This is a brand new concept, you know,
That it is. That it is.
and I want to see it succeed. Now I'm genuinely curious. I want to see it actually uh, be fruitful and succeed. I love
Oh,
outside of the box thinking. That
history will be made.
oh man,
So this Super Bowl, DJ Tiesto will be the first in-game superstar DJ for to perform a Super Bowl.
oh wow.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Well, all right.
Yeah, I heard we're getting Post Malone for that halftime shows. I'm
Oh,
down. So yeah, I'm excited to see something brand new out there, and it gets me hyped, dude. It's out of the box thinking. It's just it's something that's not been tried before,
right,
and I'm
right.
like, wow, can this actually work? It's like those if you're a scientist and you see a theory that gets you excited and you're like, oh man, I've got to try this. I've got to experiment with this.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So Marcos Cash says no to Dorsey. Okay, why do you not want Dorsey? Your argument is the Bills went 6-1 without Dorsey and 5-5 with Dorsey this year. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. No, 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 no. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Marcos Cash. Joe Brady was digging into whose playbook? Whose playbook again? Remind me? Because
Uh-oh.
Joe can't do that on his own. He already proved that in Carolina. Gotcha. Gotcha. Put your hand in the cookie jar. See, I'm not buying that argument anymore. I've looked at that offense. I already know. Okay. I watched it last Sunday.
Oh, snap.
You're not going to sell me on that one. Uh, Dorsey wasn't it for the Bills. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. No, 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 no. Enough of this. They got better with Joe Brady. Again, whose playbook was it? Anybody? Anybody? Whose playbook? Anybody? Throw it in chat. Whose playbook?
Mm.
Oh my
They
goodness.
definitely
All right.
had quite a hot offense, and there's a reason why, Ken
Oh,
Dorsey.
y'all gotta keep doing this, ain't you? Y'all gotta keep doing this. Look at this chat. Come on, guys.
Uh-oh.
Joe Brady should have never been fired in Carolina. What? But Matt Drool used him as a scapegoat.
That ha-
Excuse me?
that has been a topic before, that many people have talked about. So
Excuse me?
I've heard that quite a bit,
Have you seen how terrible that offense was? And how horribly managed that team was because of Matt Rule?
which is fair.
I got a fun comment from him too, by the way.
Hmm.
Hold on. Where is it? David had it for me. Here it is. Here it is. You're gonna love this one. Matt Rule explains why day of Carolina Panthers fire was one of the proudest of my career. This is my football scoop, by the way. All right. This was put out 9 hours ago
Oh,
by
what's up?
Zach Barnett. All right. So when asked about this, I don't think he was actually asked about it, but he volunteered it at some thing here, where he said, "There's nothing worse than coaches who don't own it. There's nothing worse than coaches who say, 'Man, I just told him 100 times.' There's nothing worse than coaches who say, 'Man, he just he just can't own it.'" I mean, are you trying to put together a song here, Matt Rule, or are you trying to make a statement?
Hmm. I have no idea.
I mean, this is just this is ridiculous. Okay,
Oh.
owning the fact that I was leaving, I was proud of them, and I was grateful. Not sinking off into the night, not being a sheep, standing there like a lion and talking to them, and going down with the ship. You're the reason the ship went down in the first place.
You got that
You
right.
dingus. This dude can't stop talking about us. You know, this dude can't stop talking about us. I got something for that. I got something for that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Uh-oh. What you got?
Uh where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh shoot. Oh snap. I'm pro. This is gonna be tough to find. I don't want to play the one that I was sending around to people. I want to use the Make a Wish thing. Hold on.
Ah, no,
You
no
know which
problem.
one I'm talking about, don't you?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah. That's what it was. That's what it was. Okay, this is gonna be funny. I want the original though. I want the original. Have you ever had the dreams that that you had you you so you
Oh, jeez. Got him.
Matt Rule, ladies and gentlemen, trying to speak at a podium. I'm done. I'm
Oh, jeez.
I had to do it. I'm sorry, I had to do it.
Of course.
That was just too great. Oh my god. Everybody heard that in your chat, right? Please
Yeah,
tell me they did.
at least I believe so, yeah.
This is Matt Rule trying to speak, ladies and gentlemen. I, I, I just went down with the ship, You know, when you believe you can do anything.
Oh man. When it's bad, it's bad.
Oh God,
When it's bad, it's
that was a
bad.
bad joke. I'm sorry, but I couldn't resist. It was too perfect.
Ah, it's all good. I get it. I get it. Totally.
Oh my God, it, I know that a lot of people are just that fed up with Matt Rule that he just can't shut his mouth and stop talking about us. So I got another one for you: the Will Smith slap
The
at
Wills.
the Oscars.
Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I had to think about. Wait. What?
That's all the Panthers fans when they get tired of Matt Rule talking about us. Get your name out your mouth.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Get our
I'm
name out your mouth.
familiar.
We're
Oh
tired of
man.
you, Matt Rule. Stop it. Leave it alone, man. Leave it alone. You're not even coaching for us anymore. It's been a year, bro. It's been a year and a half. Go back to your little hidey hole in Nebraska and leave us alone. Go grab you some corn husks and leave us alone.
Wowzers.
We ain't got nothing to do with you no more. You're out. All right, moving on.
Uh,
uh
do you have any more comments?
oh my god. Let's see, let's see. Joe Brady should have never gotten fired in Carolina. Man, I just I can't even. Marcos, please, man. Marcos, please. Marcos, please. Stop this. I'm begging you, stop this. Joe Brady was fired for a reason. This offense was trash. It was trash. And you know it. All right. Lock Puppy said it's true they started out the year hot garbage and even were supposed to make the playoffs until Joe Brady stepped in. Joe Brady low key saved Sean McDermott's job, in fact.
Really?
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Marcos Cash says next season will be the same as this year with the Bills, and they will fire McDermott, and Joe Brady will be the next Bills head coach. I'm calling it now, January 25th, 2024. I'm calling Cap.
Haven't the Bills been in the playoffs like the
Cappity
last
Cap.
last four
Cappity Cap.
four or five
On top
seasons?
of Cap. No. No. This ain't it, y'all. This ain't it. I don't care what timestamp you said that at. I don't care, sir. That's Cap. You gonna find out real quick.
I mean, to be fair,
Marcos
the
Cash says, I got Detroit over the 49ers. Yeah, I see that in my chat now,
I mean, to
too.
be fair, the Bills have been in the playoffs since 2019.
Yep.
So I
Yep. Yep.
mean,
That is a bold prediction. Yep. I agree. Wasn't it Damien that said the same thing? Detroit over 49ers?
that is Joel Velasco.
Oh, Joe Velasco. Okay, so he agrees with you. Marcos agrees with you. If he's still in your chat. But Cleve Blakeman is coaching this game. Keep that in mind. True.
Ew,
One of the dirtiest refs in the NFL. Plus, he's got dirt against Detroit.
ew.
So, yep. Um,
He was also the ref in that Packers game against us, wasn't he?
Indeed, he was.
Ah,
It was the Bears game. It was the Bears game.
oh, it was the Bears. Oh, jeez.
Yep. Oh God.
Ew.
And credit to David Screws for pointing that one out. But yeah.
Ew.
Marcos Cash, if you really look at it, we were using 49ers blueprint to build this organization. Were we, though?
I don't know.
Because if we were using the 49ers blueprint, we would be doing a heck of a lot better than we were last year. Just food for thought.
Hmm, interesting.
Um, Corey forgot about the chat. No, I didn't. It, like I said, it was tough to get word in here. I can respect that. Marcos Cash said. Black Poppy says sup. Marcos Cash says yo. Keep pounding. Make me a mod, bro. Wrench me up.
Uh-oh.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure you know what you're asking for here?
Hey, you got the nod. I don't
You
I don't
know
even
how
have
this chat rolls, bro. You know how this chat rolls.
I don't even have a mod, dude. You blessed.
Uh, Log Poppy is my mod, but he's earned
Oh,
it. You know,
oh, you are. Oh, he's
yeah.
your mod. Oh,
Log
okay.
Poppy, Log Poppy knows what we do around here, man. He's on the same page with me
Oh, okay.
about what we want. 100% on the same page. So I mean, Marcos Cash, if you can get on that same page with me, man, we'll have some conversations. Private chat me, man, on Facebook. Private
Uh,
chat me.
oh, there
We'll
you
talk
go.
about it.
There you go.
I need to make sure you understand what we're doing here, man, and you
Oh
don't start
snap.
abusing that power.
Oh snap.
Because I've seen a lot of mods do that, and you don't know what you're asking for because this chat gets absolutely nutty sometimes,
Oh snap.
and it did tonight too. So, a little bit, but it on draft weekend it gets chaotic. It gets absolutely chaotic. You've seen it, Blitz. You know.
Yes.
So I just hope you're ready for that, Marcos Cash, because once I mod you up, there ain't no going back.
Yep. This is true.
So make sure you know what you're asking for before you ask for that. And most of the time, the people that ask me for that don't get it. It's the people that don't ask for it, that earn it from me, that will get it. So humble yourself, you know, and you might find what you're looking for. Isaiah Sazik says Matt Rule gives every Panthers fan PTSD. Man, you ain't lying.
Dang, that's one way to put it. That's
You
one
ain't
way to
lying,
put it.
sir.
Dang.
This chat is wilding tonight. Oh
Yeah.
God, that's it. I'm caught up now.
Ah.
Oh man, you go. You got anything left in yours?
Nah. I'm pretty caught up. But
Wow. Uh, and like shout out to everybody that commented tonight, man. Much love to everybody. Whether you had like some cap comments or not, I still love you
yes,
in both
indeed.
streams,
Yes, indeed.
his and mine.
But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Dave Canales is our head coach. Let's see what
Yeah,
him and Dan Morgan will do. Of course, Dan Morgan is our general manager slash president of football operations, and
yeah,
we'll see what the staff is looking like. Moving forward. Hopefully, Ajaro stays, and we'll see what this offensive coordinator uh, ends up being. Um,
right.
and like I said, I know within the Keep Pounding Nation, there's a lot of mixed feelings, but I think
I think everywhere there is.
I think we just gotta be optimistic, and let's give Coach Canales and Mr. Dan Morgan an opportunity to get started on the healing process. There has to be a process of healing, and there's no telling how long it will be complete. but it's got to start somewhere. And you know what? They're the ones picked to get started. So the only thing I'll say, as Panther fans, I know we may not agree on these hires, but the deal's been done. Let's give them our support. Let's give them our support.
Absolutely.
Let's see what they can do. You never know. Like, let's give them our support. I know it seems preemptive, but you know what? Dan Morgan and I'm sure others see something in this guy. So let's give him a chance to show it.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's really all I can say. That's really all I can say. And David Tepper, I hope that you're trusting Dan Morgan with double duty, two roles. Dan Morgan went out and got a coach, and David Tepper just keep signing the checks. That's all you got to do. Just sign the checks. Um, Hopefully they get a middleman for contracts and salary cap duties and all that, and you know patch this coaching staff, and just get to work on talent. Free agents, draft is a lot of work to do, but it's got to start somewhere.
What
So,
do you think it would take to get Tillis to leave Kansas City?
well, I mean, if they keep on winning, it's going to be kind of hard.
Yeah,
So, I mean, there has to be a sense of trust and being able to convince him that him being part of the plan is essential and why he would be essential.
I agree with that. Yeah,
So,
it would have to be a happy marriage no matter what the coaching staff looks like. They've got to work together and, it's got to fit.
yeah. And I know a big thing, and like I said, if he could start early, Bryce Young, get to know your new head coach right now. Get to
Yeah,
know him. You
yep,
know, follow him on social media. I did.
yep,
Give him a follow.
yep,
Get to know him. Get started.
yep.
Hang out.
You want my follow on Twitter, better known as X, you better earn it.
Yeah, but yeah, Bryce, hang out with him. Get an early start. Hang out with him. Talk about stuff. Like nothing wrong with a early head start. Nothing wrong with that at all. I
Yep,
mean, phone
truth.
phone call, Zoom meeting, hang out. I mean, there's no law against that. I mean, he's going to be on your team, so there's no law against
Right.
that.
Yep.
So I'd say get an early start. But I mean, that's pretty much all I have. I'm just mainly just saying some words of encouragement and reassurance. I got nothing left. I mean, I don't know what more you have to say or want to add.
I think this team could go in the right direction with the right coaching staff, and we're halfway there. Uh, I want to credit the people in my Keep Pounding group chat, mainly Brandon, uh, Chad, David Fields, for working together and just coming up with this group of people that
Hmm.
we really strongly feel passionately could fix this team right now. Jamal Bird, David Fields, all of them. You guys are amazing. You guys put in the work, you guys put in the research, and it paid off. We got our head coach. We asked for him. We got him. We got his name out there with the stream yesterday,
Hmm.
and I'm just extremely proud of all the hard work that our teams put in
Yes,
because
yes.
it's not easy. We put in a lot of hours. We put in a lot of research and time and dedication and and passion into this because we really do care about where this franchise is going and what what we're trying to do with it. So much love to all of them. I said I would shout them all out and give them all the credit, and I did. So there you go.
Good stuff.
Um, so anybody that's in chat right now, do you want me to react to the Pro Bowl skills challenge? Because I can, if you'd like me to. I'm not gonna watch the Pro Bowl itself, probably, but I'll watch the Pro Bowl skills challenge for sure because that's always entertaining. But I'm not big on reacting to it unless you guys want me to.
Hmm. Uh,
So far the vote is nah. It's boring and part of the Pro Bowl, and do what you want to do. That's the votes right now.
I might poke my head in just to say, "Oh, there's Derek Brown," and just leave it at that.
We got a couple of votes that said no thanks. I've got to watch some paint dry. That's
Dang.
harsh.
Ouch.
Oof. And I mean, these are polls that you could just add random options on. So I encourage you don't abuse that power, please. Thank you.
Right.
But that was funny. That was funny. I'll allow that. That was pretty great.
Yeah.
Uh, so yeah, this guy. Um, I think a lot of the fan base is very very divided right now
I agree. I agree.
on this. I joined into C3 earlier today, and they had a poll up, and everybody was like confused. Should we support this dude or not? And based on the history of what we've been doing coaching wise, I can understand why people would be skeptical. I can also understand why people would be encouraging as well,
Right.
and excited. But we got to take a step back from both of those sides and just say, hold up, let's be a little more neutral with this because whenever we get too excited about a head coach, they always flop in Carolina.
This is true.
Whenever we don't get excited enough, they always surprise us. So how about we play it a little bit more neutral, and let's just watch and see by the actions what these guys do.
Oh
But
yeah.
I'm also paying attention to what Tampa Bay fans are saying right now, and this is interesting. Uh, my man Carl actually put up a subreddit of Tampa Bay fans that are really pissed off
Oh, that
about
they
us.
let.
Yeah, getting Canales. What's your take on that?
Uh, I mean, that definitely has to say something considering, this is somebody that they really valued. Just in, like I said, just 1 year offensive coordinator, and bam, he's gone. I mean,
I'll
I,
read a couple of the ones that I can read, without going into curse words here,
yeah, go for it.
or I'll just censor them. This effing sucks is one of them.
Hmm.
F this blows. He's too good and did great with Baker. F you Carolina. This blows. Poor Baker. That man can't have contribution. One of them says, "Kill me now." Wow.
Yeah,
Whew.
fans just they get too ridiculously carried away. It's almost
Yeah,
about as
too
bad as
passionate.
pro
No,
wrestling fans. It's sad. It's like, oh my
it's a
god.
bit much. It really is.
It's like it's still a business. I mean, things like
Yeah,
that happen. I mean,
yeah. That's why you can't get too attached to players or staff members.
yeah,
And
exactly.
you can get attached. Don't get me wrong. You can get attached. You can love players. You can love staff members, but don't go overboard.
Yeah, it's
But
just
people don't know how to control their emotions.
that's really what it comes
Passion.
down to. I mean, I
So
remember there were folks, during drafts, certain drafts pick that they didn't like, they
yeah,
would destroy TVs or throw objects. I'm like, come on now, it's not even that
yeah,
serious.
yeah. We're definitely regressing next season. Not a fan of this. I expect the offense to regress. Uh, for F's sake, I don't know why he wanted to go up there. Oh wait, they don't have nice things. Oof.
Mm.
Darn it, darn it, darn it. Dude, F the Panthers. F word. I'm just being real here, man. These are pissed off Tampa Bay fans right here.
Yeah.
They are mad. And this comes from Alex Helms, the current state of the Buccaneers subreddit.
Interesting. Damien says, "What if y'all hire Bieniemy as offensive coordinator since he's not getting the Washington head coach job?"
What? Dude,
Well,
if we somehow get Bieniemy, I will fly up to Charlotte myself and go shake that man's hand and thank him for coming to Carolina.
that would be pretty huge.
I will greet that man as he gets off that plane. You can bet on that.
I mean,
That's a massive name.
that's
Wow.
Canales working with Bieniemy. That, mm,
That might clash though. That might clash.
well,
The systems don't really fit. They don't work. They don't mesh. The people themselves, yes, they mesh, but the systems and what Canales wants to do versus Eric B. Enemy's ideas,
now
I don't.
I'll say that
It's not going to look like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I can tell you that.
if he's willing to take that opportunity, that's got to say something. Because I mean,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, oh, Dave Canales, yeah, sure, I'll work with him. I'll be his offensive coordinator. I mean, if he does that willingly,
That says we've got something to offer here, something massive to offer here, and the potential is here.
and not to mention, I
And
mean,
that's what I'm kind of hoping for when it comes to the Houston offensive coordinator because it
and
with Slavic.
and the more that you think about it, because the running game was one of the weak points of Tampa Bay's offense. You add a Bieniemy,
Yeah.
I mean, somebody that was a running back and could probably utilize what other damaged pieces that could be lingering in Canales' play calling. So I mean, not to mention if Canales is open, being that he doesn't rely on a specific scheme, that he
Mm-hmm.
likes to mix it up. I mean, having
Mm-hmm.
a mind like Bieniemy contribute. I mean,
That could be a very big positive. I could see it.
I mean, I understand it could be good, could be bad, but what would outweigh the other?
That's the real question here.
So I mean,
Um, and right now Eric Bieniemy's lined up to take that head coach at Washington. because I don't think they've signed anybody yet.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
Ben Johnson's probably the lead after Eric Bieniemy. Now, here's my question: why didn't Washington interview Eric Bieniemy yet? I haven't heard a thing about that yet. Have you?
I have
Or am I
not.
missing something here?
I have not. I mean, the only last update I heard was Rivera was interviewing for the Eagles defensive coordinator position.
I know a way to find out. I'm subbed to a Washington YouTube channel at Oliver. Shout out to him, by the way. I love this dude. He made me feel welcome on his stream. So, much
Oh,
love
that's
to you.
good.
If you ever want to collaborate, come on. We'd love to have you.
Damien says
Um,
Bieniemy would help Miles Sanders if y'all decide to keep him. I mean, he would help.
but he would be the one to ask because the Washington Commanders people that run those YouTube channels are pretty up on their stuff, just like we are about the Panthers. So if he's, I'll reach out to him and see if he's found anything or not. But most likely, I don't think so. But yeah, I would be down for that, definitely.
Okay.
And this just proves that you can have second interviews and it still won't mean a thing. Sometimes the head honcho will go for the one with just one interview. Sometimes.
Oh, Damien says, what about Vrabel being the coach of Washington? I mean, from one
I
defensive
mean,
coach to another.
I'm just not interested in anyone from Tennessee. Like right now, that Tennessee team is just trash. With the exception of Derrick Henry and DeAndre Hopkins that they added over there. That team is just it's that's not it. So anybody that comes over there, uh, he'd have to really, really sell me on them.
Well, according to one of the ESPN articles, like what's the latest on the Commander's job? Um, Folks like Graziano and that Fowler are leaning towards Oh, Damien says, "Oh, I mean, he's already the head coach. He was announced yesterday as the head coach of the Commanders." What? When?
Who? Who?
Mike Vrabel.
When did this
When
happen?
did this happen? Because I'm not seeing any reports of that.
I didn't hear anything either. And people have been steadily feeding me that stuff in the group chat. So yeah, I would have heard about that one by now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any reports.
Mm.
Yeah,
So how about Cam Newton wanting to play with the Falcons?
I mean, he's from Atlanta.
Eh, eh, eh,
I mean, I hope that doesn't
eh.
happen, but he's from Atlanta.
Oh my god. I just now here's the question I've got to ask. Now the Falcons were trying desperately to get Bill Belichick. I've got two questions here. What happened with that?
Yeah, that
And
was yeah.
why did that fall through? And you know that Cam is only interested in that job because of Bill Belichick, right? he's not going to go there if Bill Belichick is not going to get hired. So what now, Cam?
Damien says Schefter and Ian tweeted it. I'm not seeing it, bro. I'm on Adams X/Twitter. I'm not seeing it.
Hmm.
I don't know, Damien. I'm not seeing it. I'm looking right at it. Let's
I'm
try
going through the group chat myself just
let's
to make
try
sure it's not in there.
let's try Ian Rappaport. Nope, not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it
The
either.
only thing I'm seeing is the Raheem Morris hire, the Dave Canales hire,
Right.
Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers.
Yep. That's legitimate.
The only thing with the Commanders, they're expected to have their second in-person interview with Dan Quinn. That's the only recent update. There is no for Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter. There's
Hmm.
nothing tweeted about Vrabel being the new Washington head coach.
Oh, the Browns hired Deuce Staley.
Oh, for what role?
Uh, head assistant head coach and running backs coach.
Ah, ah.
That was a good catch. I'm glad we got that one.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, this is we dodged a major bullet with the Falcons not signing these people. Oh, the Packers fired their defensive coordinator Joe Barry.
Yes, I do remember seeing that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
I think there were even
I did
some
not see that one.
I think there were even some that were expecting that actually.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and yes, Brian Callahan is to the Titans. Jared Mayo to the Patriots.
Patriots, yep. Which I think is an excellent hire for the Patriots, former player. I have always thought highly of David Mayo.
Or Jared Mayo. Jared Mayo.
Jared Mayo, yeah.
Of course, Antonio Pierce to the Raiders went from interim
Yeah.
to full time. So that's nice.
I yeah, I've always thought highly of Jared Mayo, and he's a former Patriots player and played in Super Bowl teams, and I've just he's always had a positive attitude and just a can-do attitude. I like this guy, man. He fits the mold of what New England wants to do and take their team in a new direction, in an honest direction, and I like it.
Yeah,
So,
but yeah,
um,
this is intriguing.
uh, Raiders hiring Marvin Lewis.
Ooh, that's a name I haven't heard in what? Ages.
Hmm.
It's like, what?
Yeah, that is 3 days ago. He will be a senior advisor and assistant head coach to Antonio Pierce.
Oh, interesting.
So, um, Was he the defensive coordinator of the 2000 Ravens defense when Ray Lewis was on it?
What, Marvin Lewis?
No, Ray Lewis.
No, you're talking about, was Marvin Lewis the defensive coordinator?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, yeah,
Yep, yep.
96 through
Wow.
2001.
Uh huh. Uh huh. And he marched to the Oakland Coliseum AFC Championship and kicked the door down with that defense. Wow. I'm kind of reading comments here about this guy. One person says, I'm with it. Great move, AP. Just don't forget the O line and the QB that's mobile. Mm. AP is doing good things. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay, so that's really wow. But yeah, Cam Newton, right? Cam Newton. I mean, realistically, the only reason he's interested in that is because of Bill Belichick, and Bill Belichick didn't get the job. So now what, Cam? What's the plan here? That was the only team he reportedly said he was interested in playing for,
Right.
and the Falcons were just dead set on Belichick.
I guess Cam wanted to play with
Nobody
Belichick
else
again.
was. So Bill Belichick is still out there looking for a job. Cam Newton is still sitting on his couch, doing his own thing with his YouTube channel. And I mean, he's already said he's comfortable whether he gets another job or not in the NFL. Cam's good.
Yeah, agreed. It'd
I
be nice
think,
for him to get another shot too.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like he deserves a shot at a ring. I believe, because he really played well, through that 2015 year, and I honestly believe that he deserves his shot. Come on.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people are gonna say that Cam's trash and he's lost it and he's this or he's that, But when you really look at Cam as a whole, give the man another shot. Come on now. That's the best backup quarterback you're gonna find out there in the open market. He can mentor somebody. Like say Bryce Young for nickels on the dime. He's already said he would do it. I'm
Yeah.
just saying. If this man is still on that market next year in free agency, you know what to do. You know exactly what to do. I shouldn't even have to tell y'all what we should do. I mean, Andy Dalton's nice and all, but there's a certain amount of electric energy that enters the building when Cam Newton walks out there in a Panther uniform. It's undeniable.
Mm,
This
yeah.
man sells tickets.
That he
Period.
does. That yeah.
He sells
And the
merchandise.
dude is pretty funny too.
He sells things. Period. And I mean, you would be incredibly stupid not to sign him for at least a little bit of money and milk that for as much as it's worth, even if he ends up third string. still he's there. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing that's gonna change that.
Right.
I mean, you could feel the energy from from Bank of America Stadium when that man walked out of that tunnel when he came back to Carolina.
Yeah, that much is true.
I have never felt anything like that from Carolina since 2015. It's just electric. That's the only word I could really come up with to really describe that. And uh, the only other time I felt that type of energy was watching Detroit in the playoffs at home. Because I gotta be honest, man.
Yeah.
You knew this place was scheduled to be demolished 10 years ago.
Yeah, which is fair. Which
They
is
were going to
fair.
move out of Detroit, and then Detroit starts getting better as a team. And then you walk into that Detroit stadium with a renewed energy. This place was alive and kicking, and louder than I've ever heard it in Detroit, even when Megatron was there.
Oh yeah.
I was like, holy what am I watching right now? This is NFL history right here being written.
Yeah.
They
And
got almost as loud as Seattle. And for an indoor stadium, for the crowd to measure that loud, I was like, what in the world am I looking at? I was stunned. I was absolutely stunned. I don't know about you guys, but my heart stopped. You guys feel that?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Did you guys feel that too? My heart stopped when I watched that. I was like, what? What? I had to pick my jaw up off the floor.
Mm, that's
That's what
crazy.
happens when you save a franchise
Yeah.
from the jaws of the icy grip of moving out of their city. I pray we never get down to that level to where we have to find out what that feels like. We were this close until we hired Dan Morgan. So, thank
Hmm.
God. Thank God. Thank God. We're back. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. We're back.
We are
We're not
back.
there yet.
But hopefully, this is the start of the healing process. Here's hoping.
Oh my God, we needed this so bad. We needed this so desperately. Uh, oh,
But yeah, anyways, it's
Panthers
on.
hired their guy. Belichick and Vrabel still on the table. Good night, Marcos Cash says. Yep,
Yes, indeed. But
that's good finishing thoughts right there.
yeah,
We
that's
won everywhere today, and it's just this is a celebration. You guys deserve me wearing this gear today. You deserve it. You earned it. Proud of you. Tip of the cap to everybody involved, getting this, making this happen. We still got work to do. Let's go get Slovic. Let's go get him.
well, might want to sneak a representative or whatnot to get a hold of him because it's gonna be tough.
Let's go get Slovic or Ken Dorsey. Let's go get them. We are this close to completing this staff and getting what we want.
Um, Welcome to the Carolina Panthers, David Canales.
Welcome. Welcome with open arms. Come on in, buddy. Happy to have you.
Dam- Damien, why why are you being bitter? Why are you being
This is
bitter?
a great day, man. Why you gotta be bitter, man? Why you gotta ruin the energy today? Dude.
He says, I can't wait for the Lions fan to cry again this weekend and lose. They don't deserve to win the Super Bowl, not after booing Stafford and his family. Not the way to treat Megatron and Sanders after they carried them.
Okay. I got something for this. You want to talk about the Lions fans booing Stafford and their family? How about our fans booing our players just this last week, a few weeks ago?
Oh, and Joe Joe
Walking up
Joe Mama
on the
says
front
y'all.
row and cursing our players out
Oh
while they
yeah,
were sitting there on one knee praying.
that
Don't tell me you didn't see that video because
actually.
I have
Oh
it posted.
yeah, that is true. I do remember hearing about that video. Yeah, I did. Joe Mama says y'all ain't getting Slowick, LMAO. I mean, like I said, I think it's a slim chance personally, but I mean,
You don't know that. This ain't over yet.
but I did see that video because it was during warm-ups, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, and our own fans were clowning our players. Yeah, I do remember seeing that video. Yeah, it was pretty sad. It was pretty sad. But I mean, frustrations and whatnot. But Damien, to keep it real with you, I mean, you were bitter about the Lions even before this. So don't try to act like this is what stands out to you. You've been bitter about the Lions ever since weeks and weeks ago. I have the archives to prove it, bro. I'm just saying. I'm just
I
saying.
just played the clip on my stream.
Yeah, it was pretty
It
bad,
was
wasn't it?
censored out, thankfully.
Yeah.
This is more of the same garbage that I'm talking about right here. No. Let me play this.
But just saying, Damien. Just saying.
Wow.
Joe, I wonder the same thing. That's why I don't see it. That's why I don't see it. Um Dam- Damien says they're a rival team, I mean. Okay. And I mean, I get that and all, but I'm gonna at least give credit where credit's due. I mean, there are other teams in the NFC South. I mean, look at what the Bucks did.
This
And I
is not it,
and I'm
Panthers fans.
and I'm praising, Baker Mayfield. It's like,
This is
dude,
not how we treat each other.
you gotta know how to give credit where credit's due. That's all I'm saying. You can dislike a rival team all you want, but at least be realistic about giving credit where credit's due, man. Come on now. It's that simple. I'm not saying that you got to be all over them, but they're in the NFC Championship for a reason, dude. But I digress. But yes, bro,
It
I
is not
agree.
it,
I,
Panthers fans.
yeah,
This is not how we should be treating each other. We should
yeah,
be treating each other like family.
I agree. Yep, I definitely agree.
I'm disappointed. I expected better out of these fans. But I guess I shouldn't. Because half this fan base is like that.
Oh snap! Is that a SpongeBob profile picture?
And if I see more
Oh,
of that,
interesting.
I'm going to call everybody out that does that crap. Because that makes us all look bad.
I don't I don't know the name of the character, but it
That
looks
clip
like
went
a character
viral,
from
ladies
SpongeBob.
and gentlemen. It went viral.
Oh, it did. It did actually go viral.
That
Ugh.
makes us look horrible as
Yeah.
fans. Everywhere.
Unfortunately, yeah.
This is not the way to do things in Carolina. If you want to be respected as a respectable fan base, stop doing bull crap like that.
It's definitely not a it's not a good look.
That pisses me off as a Panthers fan. Stop it. You want people to actually consider Carolina a serious, legitimate place and a welcoming, loving environment. In our fan base, that's not it. That's the
Hey,
crazy ones.
hey, Joe Mama, remind me the name of the character of your profile picture. I know it's from SpongeBob, but I can't think of his name. I'm like having such a brain fart. Um, Says y'all seem cool though. Just found y'all tonight. It's been cool seeing your thoughts about your team. Appreciate you coming by. But yeah, remind me of that character's name. I cannot think of it off the
Yeah,
top
yeah,
of my
yeah.
head.
Everybody is welcome here, and we're displaying the opposite of that energy right there that you just heard in that audio clip. That's the real Panthers fans, the
And I
ones
think
that really do care about this franchise. We are it.
if I remember Patrick Star Patrick Star? Is that the name? Oh, okay. Oh, Damien
And
says
I
Patrick
need
Star.
y'all
Oh,
to
okay.
understand.
Yeah, I
I need y'all to understand. We are
oh,
welcoming people in here. We're loving people. We're peaceful people. We encourage healthy debate.
that's
That's
right.
what
That's
Panther fans should be doing.
appreciate that. I couldn't think of the name off the top of my head. Thank you. But yeah, as I remember, I think Brian Burns, he was like they were heckling Brian Burns, and I think he responded or something like that, kind of doing the little
Yeah,
money.
he looked at him and did the whole, yep.
So yeah,
And
but
here's
it's
the interesting thing about that. He didn't really heckle him back. What he said with that hand gesture is, y'all still spent money.
I mean, which is
Y'all
true.
still spent money to get in here,
I mean, that
even
is
though we're
true.
1-9.
I mean, it is kind of contradictory to like pay to see a game just to, you know, make fun of the team. I mean,
He got you there.
I
He
mean,
got you on that one. I can't even lie. That man got you on that one. He just roasted y'all with just a gesture. He made y'all look like the clowns that you are for heckling him.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
You got what you are. You got what you asked for. I hope you left that stadium satisfied because the rest of us are not satisfied with that type of behavior in our fan base. That is not how we do things here.
Furious, welcome to the stream. He says, "Hey, I'm a fan of yours. I listen to you every day. Much appreciated."
That's awesome. You know, and it's people like that right there that show love through this fan base and show that that loyalty and listen to our content and really do care about what this franchise is going through,
Hmm.
and we go through it together as a family.
Oh, he
Those
says,
are the people that should be appreciated and lifted up.
Furious says, hopefully I'll see you in Philly. Oh, are you gonna be there WrestleMania weekend? Let me know. Yeah, I'll be there.
I'm just so excited to have people like that in our chats and in our groups. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's what matters to me. Is those people that really, really do care and are really interested in trying to make this franchise better from the top to the bottom.
Oh yeah.
That's love, man. That's loyalty. That's what the Panthers fan base is. So when you hear clips like what we just heard, ignore that crap. That's not who the Panthers are.
Yeah, we can't we
It
can't
will
f-
never be who the Panthers are
we
as a
can't
fan
we
base.
can't feed off of
Ever.
that. We can't feed off of that.
Why is it so easy to find things to hate and to be angry about in the world today
Because
rather
it's
than just love each other and
I, g-
respect each other?
I guess it's because it's easy access and it's easy to, you know how feelings, emotions, they get triggered. I mean,
It's easy. It's
it's
easy.
easy.
Okay. All right. It's easy. Think about that for a second, ladies and gentlemen. We keep choosing the easy path in life. Where does that get us? It's like sitting in a rocking chair and expecting to go somewhere. You're not going to go anywhere doing that. You got to actually work. You got to actually earn people's respect. And if you're not happy with your lives, then change it. Do something about it. Make it better. You have the power to do that. Not the rest of us. You. You have the power to do something about it.
You have the power.
Positive encouragement
Need more of it
for yourself
these days. That's for sure.
is what's
Definitely need
needed.
more of it.
It starts with what's in here and what's up here. Ladies and gentlemen, that mentality and your heart. I'm trying to tell y'all, that can change everything. How you live your lives, how you treat other people, and what it takes to be a better person. Start there. Even if it's just being nice to somebody, just one compliment a day. It's a start. And you'll start to find that you like that after a while. And the more you like it, the more you want to do it. The more you'll want to help people around you. Because the more you'll find that your icy heart is melting and you actually care about the people around you.
Yeah. Point well made. Point well made.
And and I emphasize this because a lot of people really, really need mental help in 2024. It needs to be a priority. This goes beyond football. And it goes right along hand in hand with the keep pounding mentality. We all go through our own struggles, we all go through our own challenges, and we need to rely on each other and help each other. Everybody struggled in 2023 with something. And I have not talked to a single person that hasn't. Mental health has to be a priority. Whether you're a part of football, whether you're not a part of football, whether you're just a casual fan, or whether you're just working a 9 to 5 desk job, you need help. Go seek it out. Because the first step to finding help is to admit you have an issue in the first place. And so many people out there can't admit they have issues. They'd rather go through life angry and pissed off like these gentlemen and looking for a fight constantly. That's no way to live your lives, folks. Trust me, I was a teenager. I had to learn that the hard way. You don't want to do that because sooner or later, life will come back and kick you in the rear and say, stop doing that. One way or another, you're going to learn either the easy way or the hard way. And when you disrespect people like that, it's going to come back to bite you, just like it did with those fine gentlemen with Brian Burns. And all he had to do was a simple gesture of, you paid money. So shut your traps.
I mean, fair point.
He didn't even have to say anything. It all he had to do was just, that's it.
Yep.
And I'm sitting there like, get humbled. Stop doing this crap. I'm trying to tell y'all, stop doing this crap. Leave this junk in 2023 where it belongs. Start being more positive. Be a better person than you were yesterday. In general, just be better. We can all do this together.
That's a
Working together as a family, as a Panthers family.
hey, that's a good note to end on for sure because we
Yeah.
need we need more of it. We need more of it, and hopefully,
Today was a great day. Let's love the energy that's going on today. I'm feeling the energy today. Let's go. Coach Canales, man. Coach Canales, welcome to Carolina. Welcome.
welcome to Carolina, Coach Dave Canales.
Hey,
Let's
man.
let's let's get to work.
Exactly. That's my words too. Let's get to work. Now, you know what to
So,
do. You know what the next steps are.
yep.
Hire that new
Uh,
offensive coordinator. Fire half this staff. Let's start building.
so definitely everybody keep their eyes out for updates and yeah, we'll
Yep.
see how the next steps go, but and also enjoy the conference championships this weekend. Uh, we're gonna
Yeah.
find out by the
I'll be reacting to both of those and the Super Bowl. I'll be at a Super Bowl party probably. Um, so I'll
y-
be reacting to that at the Super Bowl party.
yeah. I'll probably I I I don't know what I'm gonna do yet, but yeah, I'll figure that out. But yeah, we're gonna find out after this weekend who will be playing in this year's Super Bowl, in the season's Super Bowl. But I want to say
Don't
thank.
forget to check out the Madden Mondays series on my channel.
Oh yeah,
That'll be happening every Mondays.
yes indeed. Joe Mama says, "Have a good night, fellas. God bless. God bless you, and good night to you as well.
Absolutely same.
Thank you for stopping
And
by."
make sure you turn on those alerts around the end of March because we'll be pumping out some content around that time for the draft.
Yes, indeed. Don't forget to check out my channel, Corey's channel over there at Keep Pounding, all in caps. Don't forget to check out Mr. Carolina as well, the Bleeding Carolina Blue podcast. Which reminds me, I do need to go to my settings and actually uh, put y'all's channels in the about page. I need to do that. So
Yeah, I
when
should
I end
probably do
this,
that too.
yeah, I need to do that. So yeah, just so
Um,
that folks can easily get to it. But a lot to look forward to. Thank everybody for joining, whether it's on my channel, on Corey's channel, YouTube, and le Facebook. Thank y'all so much for all that y'all do, all the love and support. Corey, you got any other like details or any other shout outs or anything?
um, yeah, we'll be doing gaming on my Twitch channel, Shadow Warrior 645. So if you want to check that out, 1W. And I'm also working on Let's Plays for my YouTube channel, so it's Shadow Warrior Gaming with 1W on it. So if you guys are interested in that, go check that out. Um, and then, of course, Blitzball's gaming channel as well. Go check that out. Uh, because he streams from time to time. Um, yeah,
Yes, indeed.
we'll be doing a stream on the offensive coordinator, I believe, if you want to.
You should have a follow from me as well on Twitch. I
Yes,
just
yes. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, buddy.
cool deal. That's why
Um,
that's why I remember you mentioned it last time and I totally forgot. So I wanted to make sure I catch
yeah,
it this
yeah,
time.
yeah.
Go ahead and go to
Good.
Twitch just to make sure I go ahead and add it. So yeah,
Yeah, we'll try to do some collab and stuff. We'll talk about it.
cool
We'll
deal.
get that moving.
Cool deal.
Um, but yeah, do you want to do a stream on the offensive coordinator signing or no?
We could definitely do that. When the time comes, we
We
can
could.
definitely do that.
Good. It's just that whenever that happens, it could be at any random time, so we gotta be alert
Right.
because like everybody goes live as soon as that hits, and I just don't want to miss that opportunity to do so.
Oh, Joe Mama, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. Thank you for all the new follows and all the new subs on my channel and my page. I appreciate all of you. Um. Yeah. I'll try to go through all these shout outs. We'll see if we can get to them all here. Um. But on my channel, but I'll let Blitz walk you guys out on his channel, and then we'll get to these on mine. Sound good?
Sounds good. So, once again, thank y'all so much for tuning in to another live Carolina Panthers talk, brought to you by Blitzball Champ Gaming, Game Beauty, uh, Bleeding Carolina Blue Podcast. Shout out to Mr. Carolina, and also for Corey and
Keep pounding.
oh, I love
Stay
it, I love it,
happy,
I love
healthy,
it.
and well, guys.
Alrighty, we will catch y'all in the next video and or live stream.